a future that represents everyone, the balance of the environment, and choose your investors carefully, because there lies your future. Thank you everyone for your time. We appreciate your audience. Thank you to the panelists.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Thank you very much, panelists. That was fantastic. What a conversation. Wow. Okay, it's time for lunch. Time for some networking. There's in the marketplace a signing ceremony. We would highly encourage you to check that out. If you're watching in this online, then please stay with us. We'll be back after a short break. We appreciate you staying with us. I think it's well worth it, I'm sure you're finding. And in addition to that, if you're here, don't forget that there is an app that has a lot of resources on it that you can download, and it'll give you information about the program. So see you back here soon. Enjoy lunch, enjoy the networking, check out the signing ceremony, and we'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies. I hope you enjoyed that time face-to-face networking, reconnecting with old friends that the pandemic has kept you apart from, making new friends, and of course, I hope you enjoyed the lunch. I know I did. But as you know, there is no such thing as a free lunch. So we put our thinking caps back on right now, and we move the conversation along to a discussion about the minerals, the critical minerals that are going to drive the new economy. What are they? Where are they? And how do we get them out of the ground sustainably in order to keep a lid on global warming and protect biodiversity? That's what we're going to jump into right now. We're going to start with a conversation with Eric Cantor. He's the vice chair of Mollison Company, and as many of you will know, also spent 14 years in the U.S. House of Representatives, 4 of which he served as the House Majority Leader. He will be interviewed by Remy Pia from Umbeyi, a risk management and ESG consultancy, and they will be discussing the geopolitics of critical minerals. So please join me in giving them a warm welcome as they come up here on stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for joining us for this conversation. I'm actually joined here with someone that I really look up to on many regards, with a very large experience in Washington, D.C. on American politics and a keen knowledge on mineral policy. When we're talking about the geopolitics of critical mineral, I'd like to start first maybe from a U.S. perspective. When you look at the importance of rare earth and other critical minerals in the energy transition, the Americans are maybe not the leading power in the pack, and how do you explain this? Is it because of a lack of adequate policy or for different reasons?
Well, I'll tell you, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here, and I want to just recognize the minister and the sponsors of this conference. Yes. It's quite a statement that I think is being made by the kingdom. But to your question, as far as the United States is concerned and our policy on critical minerals, I think if you take the first look, you'd have to say critical minerals obviously is an important piece to the energy transition that we are all underway with. And if you're thinking about policy and a consensus, I'm not sure that I would even go as far as to say that in the U.S. right now there is consensus across the political spectrum as far as the need for the energy transition. It's here. I think many of us embrace it. I think there's a large part and slice of the population, though, that can't quite understand why we need to move away from fossil fuels. But be that as it may, I mention that because I do think it gets in the way of a consensus on policy as far as the energy transition is concerned and as far as a policy on critical minerals. But for that, I think you have to go back 10 years ago, where I do think there was a wake-up call in Washington for sure, in the U.S. at large, when we saw China take steps to limit the export of critical minerals and rare earths in particular. And before that, there really wasn't a lot of recognition on the part of policymakers. That was a wake-up call. I think that what occurred thereafter is when the WTO stepped in to resolve the dispute between many countries, certainly the U.S., Japan, others, and China. The dispute was resolved in our favor, but it was, and it did serve as a wake-up call, and I think we've seen the U.S. take action since. First, when President Trump was in office, he declared almost a national emergency in the mining industry. He called for the creation of a critical minerals list, and also his Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, he went about forming a sort of coalition of nations and started this energy resource group to begin to share sort of best practices with one another, and so the U.S. could come in and help in terms of developing, researching in terms of critical minerals. So I do think we're beginning to see some progress. Many of you in the industry know that there are some active projects underway in not only the critical minerals area, but rare earths, and even to that very hard technological piece on processing. We still got a long way to go, though.
I mean, you started mentioning obviously the relation between China and the US, which obviously is probably one of the key, element of development on the geopolitical stage. How much of this will actually impact the question of security of supplies for critical minerals, and maybe the foreign, relations with other countries, whether in emerging markets here in the Middle East and others, to make sure that, both economies or one over the other have actually access to those critical inputs for their economy?
So I do think, this is much about the U.S.-China relationship. I mentioned earlier the critical minerals injection into that relationship, and certainly during the Trump administration, there was increasing awareness about rare earths amidst the trade war between our two countries. And I think it is reflective of the larger context of the U.S.-Sino relationship right now. And if you take a step back and look at sort of the real macro situation in Washington, I think we are very influenced at home by a decision that was made 20 years ago, and that was the vote in the U.S. Congress to approve China's ascension into the World Trade Organization. Obviously, it was a move taken by many, many countries that are parties to that multilateral organization. But in the U.S. in particular, I think the feeling was if we went ahead and allowed for that to occur, you would see China step up, join the community, if you will, of international adherence to international norms and the rule of law, and really begin to practice like we most do in the free market system that we operate in. And the belief then was that if China did not do that, that they would fail. Well, clearly here we are today. I don't think either has happened. Certainly China has not failed, but nor in the view of many has China made that sort of step towards adherence to the norms that we're used to and the rule of law that we practice under. And so that tends to color the outlook of policymakers. And when it comes to rare earths in particular, as the facts are, and the industry players here know as well as any, that China has an outsized role, not only in the production, but certainly in the processing of rare earths. And so I do feel that what that's done in terms of the policy making in Washington, it has emboldened those who want to get even tougher on China. And many have seen sort of the back and forth between the two countries as far as investment protection. We've got this body in Washington called CFIUS, the Committee for Foreign Investment in the U.S., and the laws that govern that body got a lot stricter over the last several years and basically put the onus on any investment coming from China having to bear the burden of proof. So with all that having been said, I do think it is time for my country to step up and say, look, we've got to have a policy as far as rare earths is concerned. I spoke before about maybe the wake-up call, but as you know, in America, the government plays less of a role in our economy than pretty much any other country, certainly industrial country in the world. And so there's this notion that sometimes we ought not have Washington in the business of picking winners and losers as far as industry is concerned, or we ought not put Washington in a position to allocate capital because the accountability is not there. And I think when it comes to rare earths, we're going to have to take a step to make that a priority. And if one calls that industrial policy, so be it. I think it's important enough given the demand for rare earths as far as electric vehicles and batteries and wind turbines, the rest, that we are going to have to do this in order to escape being so vulnerable to those like China that control this industry. So we'll see where it ends up.
Maybe another key trend that we've seen over the last few years is obviously, the acknowledgement of climate change and the series of agreements, Paris agreements, obviously on climate change. The US maybe not leading the pack here on these issues, but when you're seeing this importance of climate change mitigation, the rise of demands for ESG in terms of exploitation of minerals, how do we make sure that we don't strike the pendulum too far also, and we actually factor in the need for mining productions and therefore obviously, in innovation in the sector, but making sure that we actually implement the right ESG factors without putting in jeopardy the supplies of those critical minerals?
It's a really interesting question because I think there's a bit of irony, and I mentioned this sort of large swath of the U.S. population, and any Americans in here know of what I speak, that haven't quite stepped up on this energy transition journey we're on. It's ironic, though, because so much of the need for green energy and the rest have come from many activists and thought leaders on the left that tend to identify more with environmental activism. And so it's sort of brought about now the need for and the incredibly increasing demand for critical minerals. Yet, when it comes to permitting, when it comes to investment in mining that's so critical to fuel the energy transition, then the left will say, well, wait a minute, we're not for doing that either. And it's a very analogous situation to you have in the nuclear industry as well. If we think about alternatives, that's certainly one that doesn't aggravate the carbon emission situation, but yet has extreme opposition on the activist community in the U.S. So it's sort of a situation of irony. And I think this, again, comes down to political will. Mm-hmm. Will our country come down and, as you suggest, Remy, put its foot down and say, look, we need some balance. We need to be measured in this policy, because if we're truly going to be about this energy transition, you can't escape the fact that you need these minerals and rare earths from these minerals. And we don't want to be beholden to a competitor, or some would say adversary, like China. So we better get straight with what our policy is and be balanced in the approach. I'm not sure we're there yet.
Thank you. Maybe looking specifically at Saudi Arabia and the opportunities for Saudi Arabia to grow its mining sector, what are the opportunities for Saudi Arabia there? And especially in terms of the American-Saudi relationship, how can that offset a series of potential geopolitical risks if you strongly reinforce that relationship, especially in the mining sector?
Well, first of all, I would say that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the last several years has become, I believe, a real hotspot for foreign direct investment. And I think credit goes to many in this room, and the sponsors, the minister, and others, and certainly the Crown Prince and the King here in the Kingdom, to make it a priority that this country becomes a major player in the global economy. And I know with Vision 2030, there is a real demonstrated commitment to diversify the economy. And I think there's a stated goal of tripling the contribution of mining to the greater GDP of the kingdom. That right there, I have all the elements: the political commitment, the will. The minister before had mentioned the implementation of a regulatory framework for investors to come. Obviously, the fact that we're here at this conference, the first of its kind here in the kingdom, I think is a recipe for real success. Now, as far as the U.S.-Saudi impact, I've always said that the U.S.-Saudi relationship is of prime import. Mm-hmm. I think the security of this kingdom is inextricably tied to the security of the U.S. and its interest here, and vice versa. And the strengthening of Saudi's position in the rare earths critical mineral realm, I think, can only be beneficial to the United States as we continue to try and establish this very global market for critical minerals that is diversified, sustainable, and secure.
Maybe one question. I mean, we've preparing for this discussion, we talked about Canada. There's actually a good example of collaboration with Saudi Arabia, with Ma'aden and Barrick, a Canadian company, investing for quite a few years in the mining sector here. I mean, how Canada can be maybe a good example to follow, looking at a different perspective on critical mineral management and mining as a whole, and might be actually a good source of inspiration for the US moving forward.
So, you know, if any Canadians are in here, you know, we have this very special relationship with our neighbor to the north. You know, we're blessed with a good neighborhood in North America. So, you know, I think, first of all, Canada is a country whose DNA really reflects mining. I think clearly the percentage of mining in terms of its contribution to GDP in Canada is a lot greater than that which it is in the US. And so I think they do have a mindset to affect a more favorable, at least certain and transparent permitting process that accompanies any kind of large investment in the mining industry. And, you know, much more, I think, much more predictable. Not to say that they don't have tremendous environmental protections that go along with that in Canada. But I think because Canada doesn't have the size of industrial base that, let's say, a US has, a Europe or Japan has, they don't have the indigenous demand the way that the US does for critical minerals and rare earths. So I think Canada's sort of orient is more towards how do we go about fitting within the alliance globally. I think for the US that's very helpful because, as I said before, the prerequisite is to make a commitment in the US that we are going to prioritize a strong presence in the critical minerals arena and that we commit ourselves to a diverse supply as well as processing environment worldwide, not just centered in China.
No, absolutely. And this kind of Canadian regulatory framework can be a good blueprint here for Saudi Arabia, and the collaboration between Canadian companies and Ma'aden could be something to look for in terms of American investment here in Saudi in critical minerals to move towards this energy transition. I think you made this case very clear, and I very much thank you for being here. Thank you, Eric, and thank you for all of you being here. So please join me in thanking Eric for this conversation.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Eric. Thank you very much, Remy. That was fantastic, a real special treat. And we have another treat for you. Our next moderator graced the airwaves of CNN for longer than most of us can remember and has emerged as a real energy and emerging markets guru. He is a very dear friend of mine, and I know as well a very dear friend of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And his name, of course, is John Defterius. Full disclosure, John really wanted to be here, but is a captive of COVID still and remains in London. So, John, you're here in spirit with us. I know everyone is very excited to be talking with you. And on that note, I'm going to pass it over to you, but ask everyone in the room to please give a warm round of applause to John and welcome him to the Future Minerals Forum.
Thanks very much, Ryan, for the nice introduction. And as you suggested, I wish I was there in person. We made 3 attempts of getting a negative PCR, but that just didn't work out after my bout with COVID-19 over the Christmas holiday. So I'm not infectious, but I couldn't get the right test to get over to Riyadh, and I know that hall very well, having gone to the FII on a number of occasions, and in fact in the last few months of 2021. It's fantastic to be there. My apologies to His Excellency, the host, Bandar Al-Khoureif, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources. I had a chance to do a session with him at the FII, and I thought for sure I'd make it at the start of 2022, but it was not to be. We're doing this virtually. We have guests joining us from other parts of the world and those in person. We're waiting for a couple to enter the virtual room, and when they do, we'll bring them in. Her Excellency Gwede Mantashe, the Minister of Mineral Resources from South Africa. Benedict Sobotka is the Group Chief Executive Officer of Eurasian Natural Resources and the co-chair of the Global Battery Alliance, joining us on stage. We have Jeremy Weir, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, joining us from Geneva, from Trafigura, the big mining group, both an owner of assets and a trading operation. We have Fortune Majupello, who's supposed to join us virtually. He's with Bushveld Minerals as the Chief Executive Officer. Warren Irwin, President Chief Investment Officer of Rousseau Asset Management, with his experience of 30 years in the business. And Christopher Ecclestone, strategist at Hallgarten and Company, joining us as well in person. Thank you very much for joining us in the session. Roll with the punches a little bit here as we try to bring in our virtual guests. But I'd like to start with Benedict Sobotka here with your dual hats, if we can, and ask you to be very direct, because we have 40 minutes for this session. So no longer than 2 minutes per intervention, and we can get through a number of different topics that we want to address here. And one of the things I wanted to talk about, and it picks up on Eric Cantor's comments about ESG principles, environmental, social governance. There's a push on Wall Street in particular, and in European capitals, for example, to take care of ESG principles, but this is holding back development as we see it today. How do we strike the right balance of, yes, we're very concerned about climate change, but we need the strategic minerals in which to do so, Benedict? How do you see it as we start this conference on the first day?
What we're witnessing today is a real transformation, probably comparable only to what we've seen about 150 years ago with the transition to the previous industrialization. So we're really seeing a transformation from the old industry towards the green economy. And that has tremendous effect on the demand of minerals. And those are minerals across the board, whether it's copper or zinc or lithium or vanadium or cobalt, which is very important for batteries. So what we're seeing is that real shift is going to trigger enormous requirements for new materials that need to be mined. Now the problem is that mining takes a long time to develop projects, and it takes a long time to bring new projects online. And they have to be done properly, because big mines, they do create an impact, whether that's a carbon footprint or whether that's a social impact, so that has to be managed. But there's no contradiction. Large mining companies, and again, I can speak only for large mining companies because we're one of the larger companies in the industry with just under 80,000 employees around the world in 15 countries. For us, the global ESG principles, they have global validity. And we don't compromise on that just because we're required to produce more materials. So I don't think there's a contradiction at all. What we do see is that there is a lot more cross-industry collaboration when it comes to identifying issues along the supply chain, because the mineral resources companies, the producers itself, they're only a very small fraction of the impact. What usually happens is in the transformation, in the transportation, in the refining, and in the manufacturing, you have a much bigger impact, ESG risks as well, because you tend to cross borders, so you lose control. One of the things we did at the Global Battery Alliance, which is one of the major initiatives of the World Economic Forum initially, which combines all the producers and participants of the battery value chain, from the mining companies to the automotive companies, is exactly that. We try to look at supply chain as a whole and not just a producer, a refiner, and an end customer. So it looks at cross-industry and cross-value chain collaboration.
Great. Thanks for that, Benedict, and I'll circle back with you, of course. Jeremy, I'd like to bring you in here and talk about the ones, these minerals that are in demand. We know this as an audience, but we have people watching worldwide on our session here coming from Riyadh. Do we see the bottlenecks opening up here? You have to get the clearance, of course, in terms of mining resources by government. Many of the environmental groups are pushing against this. The industry doesn't have the best reputation in terms when it comes to pollution. That has to be addressed, of course. And then not in my backyard, is the way you were telling me in the green room when we had this conversation. It's like taxes. Nobody wants it, but they need assets, right? How do you see it shaping up here to accelerate the development of the sector for the transition, which is moving at a rapid pace, so demand's going to pick up?
I think if you look at two parts to this question, first of all, from a government point of view, what we need to do is we need to have proper sort of regulation and permitting processes. Now, the problem is at the moment it can take up to 15 years to get a new mine developed. I'm not saying we should lower the standards. That's not what we're saying here at all. But what we should do is have an efficient process to ensure that permitting processes can be done properly and efficiently to ensure that new mines can be developed in a proper and correct manner. I think secondly, you have to encourage new investment into the sector. And to encourage new investment, you really need sort of a degree of consistency in terms of taxation regimes and royalty regimes, because there has been some inconsistency and some volatility in that over the past few years, and therefore we really need to ensure that these are properly addressed, and so therefore can encourage future investment from the sector. From a corporate point of view, I think it's very important to ensure that we have proper processes. You talked about you actually mentioned that it's a polluting industry. I think the mining industry is very, very focused, as Benedict was saying, on the ESG components. They are very very particular in terms of what their carbon footprint is. We're seeing a lot of, focus and attention on that by end consumers as well as the producers within the mining sector, and therefore we need to do that responsibly and properly and efficiently. They're the main factors, and also, we do need to ensure that we can have, access to these minerals. We're seeing development in new areas and probably sort of different jurisdictions where mining hasn't often taken place. To do that properly, we need to again have proper mining laws to do that. We also need to have proper infrastructure to ensure that we can get product to the end marketplace as well, because often the development takes place in new emerging economies as well, that need to get to sort of the industrial sectors of Europe and the West, and also into China.
Just a very quick follow-up, if I may, Jeremy. Do you want to give us a case study of where the balance is right behind the investor, the foreign direct investor, and the government, where neither side's being too greedy? Do you have one that stands out for you?
Look, you've seen, I think there's some very mature environments where this has been done, where we've got a well-established mining laws, well-established mining processes. You've got industries in place. You mentioned Canada before, Australia, the US, actually in Europe as well. We've got some assets here in Europe. And so therefore we've got strong regulation and a history there. They're very strong jurisdictions. We just need, I think they often can be used as a precursor or just as a benchmark as we start to sort of broaden that out. And, there's been obviously some degree of changes in mining laws, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa, etc. And if we can get some consistency, we will see further development in those regions.
Okay, very good. Let's bring in Warren Irwin of Rousseau Asset Management. And Warren, you've been around the world, had a chance to look at these mines on the ground. You're much like somebody like Jeremy as well. And there's this debate, and that's the one we're having here, sovereignty versus globalization, right? You want to hold on to the assets if you're a government, but you need that expertise from the outside world. Do the two align or not? How do you see it today?
Well, from Canada's unique situation that we have the expertise in-house, yet we don't have, again, as mentioned in an earlier panel, we don't have the demand for the materials from either whether it be our steel industry or other big industries, so we export it. The key thing with respect to resources, let's take a look at some strategic ones. We talked earlier today on rare earth metals and how China has really, really tight control of that. And it's important to them and to the rest of the world. They were, for a period of time, they were held hostage a little bit. So it's important to have sovereignty or control over those assets. One way the Chinese are doing it is they're going into Africa and they're actually buying the assets. So it actually becomes part of China. It's called the Chinese assets globally. Another example, let's say the U.S. The U.S. has some critical metals that I don't think they have strong control of, but they do have those metals being produced by friends. So they could be a little bit more relaxed about it. So there's a bunch of different ways to approach it. You could be extraordinarily controlling and control every mine that produces every piece of raw material you'll need, or you could be a little bit more relaxed about it, knowing that your friends own the material and knowing it's always going to be available to you in the time of need.
Okay, because they're very different strategies, though. Christopher Ecclestone, you were suggesting globalization is dead, long live sovereignty. How do you define that for this audience there in Riyadh and for people like Jeremy and I talking from afar?
I would note that this isn't the first globalization that we've had. The first globalization was between the 1890s and the First World War. At that point, of course, the First World War broke out, created a lot of devastation, and countries then sort of turned in towards trade restrictions, particularly in the 1930s. We're getting to a position now where the markets have, governments have started to get concerned about the fact that globalization in fact means Chinese control. That's not exactly the case, but it's being interpreted now that the last big fan of globalization is China, because it actually has worked out to China's advantage. It's meant that they could spread their arms around assets all around the world, collect those assets and get control of them, and then exploit those assets, particularly in places like the DRC in Africa, send the raw materials back to China, back to the mothership, where they would get processed, the value added would remain in China, and then they would be sold out to the world markets. That nexus is now being broken. Alarm bells have rung. Countries are now concerned about this. Now, the question is whether countries being concerned about it is the crucial thing, or is it companies being concerned about it? And while we've seen the US government and other governments, the EU, etc., being concerned about this degree of control, we aren't seeing the same degree of response from big multinational corporates who, in fact, would have to pay more for our products if they actually had to buy mines and then put in place the whole infrastructure of processing and control over them. The Chinese made metals cheap. They processed them cheaply, and they sold them cheaply for a long time to the big multinationals of the West. That situation is now coming to an end. Metal prices have gone up, and I believe they're not going to go back. We saw a big retreat after 2008, but this time I don't think we're going to see it because of scarcity and underinvestment. So that means that there's high prices are here to stay. And China by no means has a clinch on processing. Processing is something that with time can move outside and be replicated in the West in the way that it was for many decades. And so the potential for the West to regain sovereignty over all of its supply chains is within grasp. But it just takes the will, the combined will of not only governments, but also of major corporates to make that happen.
Are you sure about that? Because you're looking at 85% of the refined products in the hands of China. So you speak with confidence that it could happen. Benedict, let's get your thoughts on what countries that sit on the assets can do to ensure they get their fair share and are not gobbled up, if you will, by investment from China.
Well, we've seen a bit of concern over the last 2 weeks about manganese because the Chinese have combined 4 companies there into some sort of cartel, and they're saying that they've got a processing cartel over manganese. Now, processing manganese is not difficult. The vast bulk of manganese does not come from China. It comes from South Africa, it comes from Australia, it comes from Gabon, and from other lesser sources around about, Sierra Leone, etc. So it's not going to be a big problem to actually replicate with a will the manganese processing industry. And we've also seen another area of vulnerability in recent times has been in magnesium, where the Chinese, lo and behold, seem to have ended up with more than 90% of the magnesium processing, and suddenly they had an energy crisis in the domestic market, cut back on production, and it was the West that was suffering from the magnesium power shortage in China. So that is not a situation that cannot be remedied in the West by the West getting involved in the processing of these metals, whether they're lithium, whether they're manganese, whether they're chromite, whether they're any of these high-intensity energy metals. You know, we can really, here we are in Saudi Arabia. What does Saudi Arabia have? Energy. What do the other Gulf states have? Energy. Potentially this area here can become a major area for reprocessing of metals that requires energy because China, when it comes down to it, except for its coal, does not have great sources of energy. And does not have an innate advantage in energy.
Okay, thanks very much for following up on that, Christopher. Benedict, what should the countries do then to take advantage of globalization and then strike the right balance in your view?
Well, looking at this wonderful country here, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it has all the ingredients to be very successful, but it has to act now. And I think this conference today is a great testimony to that, to participate in what I'd call the biggest purchase order in history for our industry. And Saudi Arabia has the potential to be at the forefront of that, but it has to act. The challenge really being that the investment cycles in our industries, they're very long. So we have to bring a bit of patience. So if you start investing now, you'll only have an operating mine in maybe 8 to 10 years. And the world doesn't sleep in that time. So what the country, I think, has done tremendously well is providing incentives for investments and being very open to investors. So that's exactly the right strategy. But I think we have to be realistic on what my colleague said about sovereignty of supply chains. If you have to imagine, there's a risk that Saudi Arabia is being disintermediated in the global energy supply chain. It is today 85%, so imagine all the oil that was being produced in this country is all refined in China, and then Saudi Arabia buys the fuel back from Shanghai. This is currently the situation in the energy supply chain for most of the energy transition metals, whether it's manganese, nickel, cobalt, lithium, zinc or copper. We buy metal that's produced in other countries but is refined in China and then is bought back. Right? That fundamentally is not sustainable. So this is where a country like Saudi Arabia really can play an incredibly important role, is trying to pull back those transformation activities which are energy intensive, not just energy, but you need also other ingredients, which are all here. So there's tremendous potential to do that, and I think the country's taken the right, exactly the right approach to that.
Okay, thanks for being direct, Benedict. Jeremy, let's bring you back in from Geneva. And this topic here of having a resilient supply chain. We've learned a lot during the pandemic itself. Where do governments and their investment partners work together to build robustness into the system, do you think?
I think the main thing about supply chain is to have diversity. I mean, it's been highlighted, there's a lot of, if you like, the processing of metals takes place within China. We are actually starting to see a trend away from that. It was highlighted before about the cost of energy, and also there's very sort of high environmental sort of restrictions now within China. So that is starting to force some of the processing elsewhere. But what we have, coming back to your question around supply chains, what we've seen over the last 2 years is the problem about single supply chain sources. Basically, you know, we've had restrictions due to sort of shipping movements, import restrictions. That's caused huge delays. And what we see within our business, which is primarily a supply chain manager, is to ensure that we can provide diverse sources of material to our customer base across the globe. And therefore, the idea is to have a lot of flexibility around that to ensure you can have multiple sources. That's the big challenge that we have. So therefore, we have to sort of continue to develop those resources across multiple continents. And therefore, as a higher price regime takes place, we should start to see development in other countries. And we're starting to see some of the major mining companies move into newer jurisdictions. Rio Tinto, BHP have made recent announcements. So therefore, I think that is happening, but it's going to take some time.
Okay, are we well behind the curve, Jeremy, before I come back to Warren? Is like we're just not waking up to the challenge. We need the products, right, if we want the energy transition to happen. Consumers have no idea what is needed and what's in the pipeline right now. How do you communicate this as an industry, for example?
You're asking... Yeah, let's go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Look, the main issue is that what we're seeing from the industry, they are starting to wake up. We supply a lot of the car manufacturers, we supply various amounts of the industry, and we're being quite vocal with governments and other, if you like, platforms such as this, is to make people aware that we are getting to critical stages of metal inventories around the world. We have got enormous growth potential for demand across the entire metal sector, not just in sort of what you could say the energy, the metals which are very related to the if you like, energy transition, primarily copper, aluminium, nickel, lithium, cobalt, but also in traditional metals such as zinc and steel, which is used for construction, which is going to be part of this energy transition. We are at critical levels of inventories around the world. Prices are starting to move to reflect that. I think they've potentially got a long way to go, which will increase new capacity and new production. But that being said, we are starting to see, you know, the consumer starting to wake up and recognise the problems that exist. Anecdotally, for example, in the zinc industry, we're a large zinc producer within Europe. We've had to make cutbacks due to production due to the high energy prices. And we're seeing premium as a result increase significantly, premiums over the existing metal price. And that's happening across the entire sort of metal sector. So the industry, the consuming industry is waking up, and we're starting to see, particularly in areas such as the car manufacturing sector of electrical vehicles, really wanting to ensure that they can have a long-term supply of these critical minerals.
Yeah, we've had a shock with the chip shortage, for example, during the pandemic, as you know. Warren, let's bring you back into the conversation, and a provocative question that you want me to pose to you. Are companies treating countries fairly? Not just the Trafigura, but the major mining companies of the world, where they go in, do they have foresight to have a long-term relationship so there doesn't boomerang where governments say, look, now we're going to tax you like crazy to get some of the revenue back that you took at the front end of this project?
Yeah, I think one way to look at that, there's an institute out of Canada called the Fraser Institute, and it ranks the top 100 countries in the world to mine. And in the top ones, you'll have like Nevada, you'll have in Canada, you'll have two of the provinces, Saskatchewan and Quebec, you'll have Western Australia, places like that, right at the top of the list. So those are developed countries. Those are countries that are tough enough to stand up against the big mining companies. So they, I feel in those relationships, they've got a good situation going on where they're treated fairly, or the governments are powerful enough to do something about it. The only issue you have is when you're dealing with perhaps a weaker government in a lesser developed country, and you've got a major mining company that wants to take advantage of that situation. And that's really, probably in the LDCs, lesser developed countries, where you'll see most of the abuse, if any, of the mining business to the host countries. But in any of the major mining countries, I think it's a pretty fair relationship, or otherwise governments would change it up pretty quickly.
Yeah, but Warren, do you have models, governance models? This is something that Jeremy was talking about here, but I'd like to get your views on it, Warren, where the models are correct, where it's very transparent, where the long-term investment horizon is solid. And I know this is what Saudi Arabia is aiming to do here, lay out the groundwork. What's the advice you'd give to anybody coming into this market looking for FDI? Yeah,
the most important thing I've seen, I've been doing directly investing in mining for about 30 years, probably longer than a lot of my peers anyways. But one thing I've noticed is countries, which you really have to watch for, is the cycle. I often see this, I'm thinking of one South American country that has done this a few times. At the top of the cycle, they, and the ones that are the most problematic are ones that have other sources of income. And let's say in this instance, the country is a bit of an oil country. It's a smaller country, and it notices it doesn't have any mining, wants to get into mining. So it creates a very favorable environment for mining. And then we go in and we start exploring. We find some properties, and then want to start putting them into production. But just as we're starting to put them into production, well, the regime goes, well, you guys have just found this massive new gold mine or copper mine or whatever other mine, and we'd like a really, I know we had a deal, but we'd really like a bigger chunk of it. So when that starts to happen, it really destroys the mining investment into the country. And then I've seen that go full circle again, and then the country realizes after 10 years they've had no new investment for the following 10 years after they cranked up the tax rates on people who went in good faith under the current terms, and they were fair terms, to invest. And then they get right back to where they were before, which is they have no mining investment. So mining is a very long-term in nature. It takes, let's say, 5 years to find a deposit, 3 years to drill it out, 3 years to permit it, 3 years to build it, 3 years to get your capital back, and then you can start making money. So it's very, very long-term. So more so than, let's say, oil or any other commodity, mining really needs a stable framework. And there's lots out there to copy from. There's a lot of successful jurisdictions out there that have had long, multi-decade successful mining industries. And you just need to leave it alone no matter what happens. Just set the rules in place and give the mining companies a very stable environment in which to operate, and you'll be successful in attracting investment.
Okay, thanks for that, Warren. I know I can see my signal's a little bit delayed here, so bear with me as we get through this. Christopher, let's bring you back in terms of the sovereignty cost. Do you think in the case like Saudi Arabia with its diversification plan and moving to 2030 here, developing a key pillar of its economy, and it has sovereign wealth, that countries like Saudi Arabia or others are willing to bear that cost or do they want that partnership with the FDI to come in? How do you see it, and how would you advise it?
Depends how deep the pockets are. In the case of Saudi Arabia, the pockets are very deep, and a decision can be made to, for instance, become a major manganese processor. The country is brilliantly situated between Asia and Europe for shipping lanes. The world's best shipping lane runs right by. And so a decision can be made there where the sums are not difficult to do. I mean, you know that you've got the material passing by you. It's all within shipping distance. You have energy. You have potentially cheaper energy than anybody else has. So your break-even is going to be very low on doing that. You just have to do the sums and then decide this is a space that we want to get into. There can be pitfalls. One of the neighbouring countries decided that it was going to get into the business of antimony roasting. Unfortunately, it made the decision without really knowing much about antimony because there is no antimony around the Indian Ocean. And so they spent some money out of their sovereign wealth fund, too much money, on building a plant that was too big and they could not get the inputs for it. So, I mean, going too niche is not the way to go, but definitely in large direct shipping ores and large processing, Saudi Arabia potentially has a fantastic advantage. But then in some of the niches as well, which is still very big, and a good one there is lithium processing. You know, I know of a company, an Australian-listed company, that, for instance, is going to be mining in southern Africa lithium, and then taking it to one of the Gulf states where they're going to be processing it. That is a smallish operation. Saudi Arabia could do that on a large scale and become the place to process lithium, in which case you would displace China entirely. And what Western auto manufacturers are looking for is to displace China because they realize that China has potentially a stranglehold in the supply of lithium-ion batteries that could shut down most Western auto manufacturers within 6 months if they decided not to ship. So those companies want to move away from China dependence. Saudi Arabia could move into the space and then say, we're the people who can do it for you. And that might mean, though, that Saudi Arabia has to then get involved via Ma'aden in acquiring lithium deposits around the world, which will be its feed source. Just as Ganfeng and Tianqi, the big Chinese lithium companies, are buying mines in Latin America to send the product back to China, Saudi Arabia should also secure supplies of lithium by buying Solaris in Argentina or in Chile, and then making sure that it's got the material and no one can block it from that strategy.
Okay, very good. I want to bring Benedict back in and hear on the upstream side, if I can, how, and we touched upon this briefly, how to clean up the system to make sure that it's ready for the increased demand for these strategic minerals. Benedict, what does the industry need to do now coming into countries like Saudi Arabia and working with a group like Ma'aden to make sure that the best practices become the norm worldwide? And I know reputationally this is what the industry is looking for.
Well, first of all, the Kingdom Saudi Arabia should not settle for nothing that's not the best, right? So they should work with the best companies, the biggest companies, the best brands. Because some companies take the approach of working with a lot of small companies, and this country deserves big players. I think that's the first thing. And I also believe that the investment that's required, this is not a question of money, right? Because there's plenty of money around. Mining companies had a record 2021. Everyone's plenty of cash to invest in new projects. This is about skills and the availability of resources. Now, skills, again, this country has a long history of working with natural resources, but not particularly working with mining and minerals. So that's something that I think this country needs to develop more, is start more educational opportunities, because what mining does in a country is not just produce minerals to have second-order effects through the supply chain further downstream, but it enables actually an ecosystem to build around the mines and the supply of those mines. So the multiplier of an investment of, let's say, $1 into this country through secondary and tertiary effects is a multiple of what the initial investment is. So it's really about kickstarting that initial investment and then being available to serve all these mines around in an ecosystem that generates benefits for the country beyond taxes. Because the impact that we see in some of our countries, where we've got one employee with about 20 other people depending on them, with educational institutions being founded around those mines, with transportation, logistics services, transformation of the materials, trading, suddenly you get a big hub, which is far beyond the initial investment. I think that's something what all resource-rich countries need to strive for. It's not just the initial investment, but seeing that as the kernel, as the initial starting point as being a catalyst for future investment and country build-up and building of skills.
Okay, great analysis that we're getting on the panel here. Jeremy, I wanted to talk to you about the concentration of resources and in the industry, the concentration of processing, i.e. with China. How do we reduce the risk in the sector with that concentration that's built up over the last 3 decades in particular? And did China have a lot more foresight of what would be needed and moved much faster than the democracies around the world?
China went through an industrialization process, and one of the things it doesn't have is actually natural resources. It has some zinc and some lead, a little bit of copper, a little bit of oil and some gas, and a lot of coal. But it doesn't actually have a lot of the resources required to actually industrialize for the construction and development that has taken place over the last 3 decades. It built those. It developed those, and probably 90% of the world's smelters, possibly even more over the last 2 to 3 decades, have been built in China. As I mentioned before, we're now seeing a situation whereby they're looking at, if they're looking at the end product which may be then being exported, do I want to be exporting my energy, which is a fairly scarce resource, particularly as I'm trying to decarbonise in China, as is the rest of the world, in the form of commodities. So therefore, they're looking at that, and they're sort of saying, trying to look at it, if you like, a natural balance, step one, or point one. Secondly, we're now starting to see, as I mentioned before, the environmental restrictions within China, because some of the, it can be a polluting process. They've really lifted the bar significantly in terms of those processing, which is then we're starting to see externally investments in Indonesia and elsewhere of some of those processing. Come back to the point that you raised before, not in my backyard. Not many people want to have smelters in their own backyard, but we are starting to see that shift of people saying, I need to have those I need to have those raw materials, I need to have those metals in the regions which they naturally consumed. So we're looking at those, we're sort of looking at the development of our own assets within Europe, in the US, and elsewhere, and Australia. So therefore, we're going to start to see further development of the processing side. From the mining and the natural resources side, basically, we have got the capacity to develop new mines, not just in in sub-Saharan Africa, not just in Chile, but in other locations. We are starting to see that, recent announcements in Tanzania, also in Serbia and other locations. Price will help that, because as you have higher prices, obviously economic returns, and we've also discussed quite to some detail in terms of you need a proper regulatory framework and environment to ensure that you can develop these long-term investments.
Thanks for that, Jeremy. Warren, Irvin, I would love to get your thoughts on the risk, as I talked to Jeremy about risks that are out there in the supply chains right now, about the risk of nationalization, because the government's going to say there's so much demand over the next 3 decades, I'm going to try to harvest as much revenue as possible.
Yeah, nationalization, it's happened a number of times I've seen. It's happened to me one instance where the country felt, for security reasons, they wanted to take back a uranium discovery that we made, and we went to the international courts, got settled on it. But it is indeed a real risk, especially when you're looking at strategic metals. But anymore, I think a lot of the countries, instead of nationalizing, they'll just say, I know what's going to happen, we'll nationalize. Then they'll take us to court and they'll get a huge payday. So maybe we'll just better, if we really want to own it, we'll just buy it from the company, and it saves a lot of effort. So I see a little bit more of that happening, given that large number of precedents have been set for compensation, for nationalization. But it is indeed a risk. And as soon as that does indeed happen, it virtually ends investment and new investment for that country. So it's a very, very big cost, even beyond the money that they save by nationalizing. It's not a very good thing for a country to do. It really kills investment long term.
In fact, Christopher, we could use the example of Saudi Aramco, which is a world-class player in its partnership and investment into SABIC, the petrochemical group, and this is a third major pillar here. With that Aramco model and the partnership with SABIC, I would imagine Ma'aden has that roadmap. There's no risk of that in Saudi Arabia. But I wanted to get your views on the electric vehicle revolution itself. Is this going to be the clarion wake-up call to industry because of the demand, and to the consumers to wake up to the role of mining into the world here, and it needs to be embraced in a much more cohesive strategy between the consumer and industry?
Yes, in theory it should be, but one is still constantly surprised that particularly the European consumer is more interested in listening to Greta Thunberg's view of where future development should come from than the reality of where actually the metals come from that are going into the EV revolution. Even the EU's administration itself, in talking about a circular economy, fails to understand that you can't have a circular economy if you don't actually have the mines in the first place, or access to the mines that will feed into the building of enormous giga plants for batteries. The EU has no production of lithium. It has no production of cobalt. It has no production of manganese. How are you going to have an EV revolution with none of these things feeding into your circular economy? Because you've got nothing to start with. So the politicians should really be out there starting to seize some of the territory, the intellectual territory, and making it clear to their populations that they can't be NIMBYist. You know, a good example is Sweden, where the only up-and-coming rare earth mine in Europe is currently being blocked by a few neighbours of the North Shah development. And that has created a big problem for evolution of rare earths in Europe.
Okay, very good. Benedict, I'm going to give you the last question here. What would you say is the most vital component and the call to action out of this forum that's taking place in Riyadh today? What would you like to see completed in the next 24 hours in terms of priorities?
That's a big question. Usually it's the moderator that does the summary at the end. So now look, it's fantastic to be at this conference, and I see that the conversations that are being had here are going all in the right direction. I believe this country has tremendous potential bringing together people not just from this area but the broader region. It's perfectly located geographically to serve different regions. And it's a very welcome investor climate, and it has good potential geologically as well, as we heard in one of the earlier sessions. I think what also will be very important is to create transparency around the supply chain. Because today consumers don't have a choice of whether the product they bought, let's say an electric car, was actually produced in a sustainable fashion. Whether it's been done circular, is there a recycling plan in place? Where do the minerals come from? Have they been produced using coal-generated power, or have they been used hydro-generated power? So all these things are intransparent. One of the things we're working on with this global battery alliance is called the Battery Passport, which does exactly that. It looks at where does all this stuff come from, so consumers at the end have a choice when they buy something. Where does it come from? And ESG compliance is becoming so increasingly important from investors' point of view, but we believe from consumers' point of view it will be equally important, because consumers want to have a choice and they want to see what are they actually buying and where they're buying it from. So countries that have a very strong track record in ESG, a very strong track record in environmental protection and doing sustainable natural resource development, such as Saudi Arabia, they're perfectly positioned because they have something to show. Whereas other countries that today are selling into the market with their mines or their operations that are not compliant, they can hide, right? And that's something that I think supply chains have to work together along the supply chain, all the players, that will make sure that that isn't possible. Because we cannot base the energy revolution of, let's say, the 22nd century, the 21st and 22nd century, on ESG practices of the 16th or 17th century, which in many cases is still the situation in countries that are not being compliant with ESG requirements, which is the future. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Benedict Sobotka, Jeremy Weir joining us from Geneva, Warren Irwin from Rousseau Asset Management from Canada, and Christopher Ecclestone of Halgarten & Company. Thanks a lot for the analysis. Again, my thanks for Bandar Al-Korea, His Excellency, the Minister who putting together this fantastic forum, and my friends from Beacon Events. We've had a lot of dialogue over the last 2 weeks trying to make this thing happen. I appreciate your support. And in regrets to Khalid Al-Faleh, His Excellency the Minister of Investment, I was hoping to do the fireside chat with him, and I can't be there in person. A nice round of applause for our audience, and I'm going to pass it back to Ryan Chilcote. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, John, for what was a fantastic panel discussion there. We're going to continue that conversation by exploring the minerals value chain with the president and CEO of Alcoa, Roy Harvey, who joins us from Pittsburgh. Roy, good to see you there. I know you want.
Good morning to you, Ryan.
I know you wanted to be here. It's a shame you're not here, but you're with us in spirit. Thanks for joining. So I'm not sure if you were able to hear any of the
part of the Future Minerals Forum.
Fantastic. Well, I'm not sure how much you were able to hear, but obviously we've spent much of the last few hours talking about the minerals that are going to be critical to the green economy in the future, to EVs, to renewable energy. So I'd like to ask you to talk to us a little bit about bauxite, aluminum, the stuff that Alcoa focuses on, and where they fit in, and what that means for the demand of your products.
Absolutely, and that's a great place to start, Ryan. You know, the reason that I'm so excited to be working for Alcoa and to be part of the aluminum story is that we have this great legacy, and for Alcoa, it's 135 years since the commercialization of aluminum. This legacy of sustainability, of taking these next steps, of improving the supply chain, being part of the circular economy. And when you look at today's demand and the way that we're approaching how we drive sustainability into everything that we do, you can see how important it is today. And when we look toward the future, and exactly your question, aluminum is absolutely going to be part of how we use these critical minerals, how we use these critical metals in order to develop and drive forward, whether it's decarbonization, whether it's connecting with stakeholders, and really building this sustainable economy. And so when you step back and you think about some of the basic characteristics of what is aluminum, there's some real reasons why this is part of the future. First and foremost, let's start with the fact of how lightweight aluminum is. And so this is the reason it's been used in automotive applications and aerospace applications. It's sort of that foundational reason that drives efficiency. And thus, aluminum is going to be part of so many different applications today. Connect that then to infinite recyclability. So when you think about a circular economy, you think about how can you not just mine the minerals and then find ways to use them, but actually you have a way to recycle them back in, to upscale them, to turn them into that next set of sustainable products. Absolutely critical, and aluminum has been at the forefront of that story for many years. And then connect it over with the basic quality aspects of aluminum. Whether it is the durability of the products, the high strength environments where it can be used, just so many ways that you can use aluminum for all of these applications that we're seeing. And so it all starts with the consumer, connects back to the customer. And so from an Alcoa perspective and looking this as an example of the broader aluminum industry, we're trying to listen to our customers. We're trying to look at what across our stakeholders they need in order to decarbonize their pathways, in order to drive sort of this next set of sustainable minerals. And we've been trying to not only make more efficient our processes, find ways in order to produce things in different manners and smarter with less carbon content, et cetera, but also looking for ways to create products that our customers can then use. And just very briefly to mention three that we've been working to launch and have been seeing improving demand. It's what we call EcoDura, which is a 50% recycled product. It plays into this circular economy mindset, into this making sure that you have infinite recyclability of aluminum and can build those supply chain pathways to make that even more possible. EcoLum, which is a low carbon aluminum product, which at the same time is 3.5 times less carbon than the industry average. Again, this is getting more and more impetus since COP26. And then finally, EcoSource. And EcoSource to me is a pretty exciting product because it is the first and only low carbon alumina product that exists on this planet. And so when you think about, as an aluminum smelter, how you can decarbonize your supply chain pathway, the simple fact is that by choosing EcoSource, by choosing this alumina, you can take a pretty big step forward. And when put in combination with renewable energy, you can really see improvements on a decarbonized supply chain. So all of this just to illustrate how important aluminum can be, not only to what the world expects today, but more importantly, where we're going for the future, and how we can address some of these serious problems and issues that we see facing the metal supply chain.
Fascinating stuff. We've only got 10 minutes. You mentioned COP26. That's something I hope we can get to. So, but lots to go through. Let me ask you about a little bit different side of the coin, which is that, as you're producing these materials, there's a big focus now on producing them obviously sustainably. There's less clarity as to exactly what that means and what that should look like. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, and I think that's an important question, because when we look at how we approach sustainability, it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But to me, it's pretty simple. It starts from the very beginning of how you're producing those metals, how you're producing those minerals, and then how you build sustainability into each one of those steps. And so it's not just decarbonization, and COP26 was so focused on decarbonizing and ensuring that we can find a solution to net zero, and that's something that Alcoa is we already have our ambition in place, and there's a lot of work to get there. But it's also about how you relate with your community members, with your stakeholders, how you build into your rehabilitation and reforestation programs biodiversity, how you can work in sensitive areas, because so many of these deposits happen to be in sensitive areas, how you can build the right characteristics, the right connections into the way that you do all of these different mining or refining or smelting activities. And so you need to have very much a holistic approach. And so for Alcoa, we have the opportunity to mine bauxite, to refine alumina, and to smelt aluminum. And so we can come at a lot of these problems from a supply chain perspective and really think through how can we drive improvements, and take decarbonization as an example. How can we make sure that we are building the refinery of the future, squeezing out carbon, being the most efficient refining process that we can have, and then connect that with a zero carbon solution, what we call ELYSIS, which is a joint venture, and actually find ways to eliminate the carbon anode and move to an inert anode. And so that decarbonization demonstrates that if you work across the supply chain, you can drive towards this holistic solution. But you need that across the board. You need that in whether you're operating in Guinea or Australia or the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You need to make sure that you're building these same sustainability aspects and these connections that you're making with your stakeholders, and with these technological improvements and these innovations, so that you can essentially build this in, so that when consumers are buying their consumer electronics, or when your customers are thinking about their supply chain, they know that they have a credible source, that it has a process where they can trust and understand all of these different aspects have been built into that sustainable product.
Real quickly, Roy, I mean, one of the big issues right now, obviously innovation is a big part of doing what you're talking about, but it isn't something that we're seeing right across the industry. So how do you scale up the innovation that's necessary to do what you're describing right across the industry, as opposed to it just being a company by company level?
Yeah, I think that's the challenge that's facing us. And we have a lot of global forums where we're trying to solve some of these problems. And of course, I speak for Alcoa, but I also have an opportunity to speak for the aluminum industry. It's our role to make sure that we're developing and driving these improvements in-house, but also looking for ways to help redefine the industry and redefine what is expected in order to make these solutions viable, not only from a carbon standpoint, as an example, but also from an economic standpoint. And then find ways to help use these technologies more universally, whether it's through commercialization, whether it's through licensing of the specific products, et cetera. And so if you define correctly what is the destination and where you want to go, and you demonstrate what a zero carbon or a low carbon product can look like, or a sustainably mined and produced product, you can help to set that target. you can then help to drive the innovations into the process and find ways to be able to commercialize those and help others to not only meet the target, but also find a way in order to produce. And so that's all the kind of things that we're thinking about from an Alcoa perspective as we look at each of these pieces of the value chain and try and take a big leap forward, because a lot of this science is being developed as we speak. And there's simply no time to wait. There's no chance to not be developing that next set of sustainable solutions, given how quickly the world is moving.
So leaving aside, you obviously made the case very well for bauxite, alumina, and aluminum as being critical minerals in the future. That point taken, what other minerals do you see as critical to the new economy and this energy transition? I was asking this question earlier today to Mark Bristow, and he was saying, look, copper, because it's always going to be needed. Because one of the problems you run into with, for example, the EV technology, the battery technology, is the technology we have today and the minerals that are needed for that technology, well, that technology is likely to change. What's your take? Name some minerals that you think are really important to focus on going forward.
Yeah, and I think it's coming from an aluminum company perspective, it's always hard to step out of the aluminum and try and look more broadly. To answer your question very simply, I don't think it's going to be a different response than what you had from Mr. Bristow. In the end, copper is going to be important. Rare earth minerals is going to be important. And as I was hearing in the forum prior to our discussion, Ryan, the ability to not only find these minerals, but find a way in order to produce them and connect them into whether it's the European Union or the United States or the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, find a way to connect them and feel that you have that sustainable solution and can understand the value chain leading up to production of those metals and minerals is what's going to be so important. And so from our perspective, we work with the Aluminum Stewardship Initiative, which is very specifically on the aluminum side, the International Council on Metals and Mining, which helps to look more at mining practices in general. These types of certification mechanisms, connections, not only help to make sure that you have the right metals for the future, which was your question, but also make sure that you have that right certification process. And we're proud to form part of it, and we're proud to help define what good looks like, which in the end, it's hard to predict what is the right metal for the future, but you can make sure that you're building sustainability into whatever metal becomes sort of that next step of the sustainability value chain.
If you think of the original founders of Alcoa, the group of entrepreneurs in Pittsburgh back in 1888, and you were to transport them to 2022, what do you think they would do differently about how they approached business and what they're producing?
No, that's a great question, Ryan. In fact, I think about it quite a bit. When we have the privilege as Alcoa, our founder was Charles Martin Hall, who helped to create this manufacturing process that created a way to economically produce aluminum. And when he was putting that process into place, he was using a carbon anode. And that carbon anode is what creates the direct emissions in the electrolytic smelting process that continues to exist today, what we call conventional technology. And you've seen improvements, you've seen those electrolytic cells get bigger and bigger, but you've not been able to solve that carbon problem. He had envisioned 135 years ago a way to use an inert anode as well, but was never able to make the science solve because material science simply wasn't there. So looking to 2022, looking at sort of this challenge that he'd identified and that we've been working on now for a few decades, we are actually at the cusp of being able to eliminate that carbon anode through our process called ELYSIS and actually drive to this zero carbon future of aluminum smelting. And then, of course, when paired with the refinery of the future, when paired with a lot of these new electric mining methods that are being developed today, you can actually have a decarbonized flow path that not only addresses what the world is looking at from a climate change perspective, but is a more efficient and a better outcome. And so to me, standing in the shoes of Charles Martin Hall, having this opportunity to continue his innovations, solving this problem that he had back at the very beginning it's just a real privilege to be part of the story. Thank you, Ryan.
Roy, thank you very much. Please join me in thanking Roy. I know you wanted to be here. Let's give it up for Roy and have a wonderful day there in Pittsburgh.
Thank you.
Everyone knows, obviously, that Saudi Arabia has something that's very powerful in the form of oil, one of the world's largest oil producers. The math is almost, it's as simple as it is elegant, right? Saudi Arabia produces about 1/10 of the world's oil demand. That's roughly 10 million barrels of oil a day. There's a smaller, perhaps more forward-thinking group that know that Saudi Arabia, with its rocks, might have something that is even more potentially valuable than its oil has been. And so that's what we want to look at as we move into this third plenary discussion today. What are the opportunities? What's the geology? What does the upstream ecosystem look like here in Saudi Arabia? What about the value chain, the legal, policy, and fiscal foundations? And why invest in minerals here? That is exactly the question that Remy, who's going to be coming back, is going to put to Saudi Arabia's Minister of Investment, His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh, to explore the investment case. So let's give it up for Remy and Minister Faleh. Please.
Well, it's my distinguished pleasure to welcome for this next plenary His Excellency. As you have the investment here, thank you very much for joining us. What I would like to do with you, if it's okay with you, is just to talk first about Saudi Arabia and the investment environment here in Saudi Arabia, and maybe look at it from a global perspective afterwards, before we maybe finish on ESG best practices. So it's a lot on our plate. Maybe to start on Saudi Arabia, there's been impressive changes over the last few years, and I'd like you to maybe tell us what are the changes, especially that you'd like to underline, that have led to improve the investment environment here in Saudi Arabia?
Well, thank you very much, Rami, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, masakum Allah bil khair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you all in this inaugural Future Minerals Forum. The kingdom's transformation is real. All of you see it, and it's changing by the day, physically, socially, and certainly economically. And the economic transformation that we're talking about, as outlined in Vision 2030, is underpinned by a number of factors, but perhaps the two prominent ones are diversification and private sector participation growing exponentially. In order to achieve that, both of those, we have to have best-in-class competitiveness with our ecosystem, with our regulation, with our financial system, with our partnership between public and private sector, with opening markets and opportunities, and developing the opportunities for the private sector. As has been said all day long, mining and monetizing our endowment of mineral resources is central to the diversification, not only as a sector of its own, but as an unlock for value chains, various value chains that the rest of the world is talking about recently, and we believe will grow in importance. So what have we done the last 5 years and a half since launching that comprehensive vision by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? We've been laying the foundation to achieve all of that. And the first foundation, and the most important foundation, it has to be solid, is all about regulations. Judicial regulations, sector regulations, which are also a part of integrated strategies that have been developed for various economic sectors, including manufacturing, and of course mining and minerals, which this conference is focusing on. We identified early on something like 500 plus regulations that were investment enabler specific. I'm pleased to say today that 80% of them have already been enacted. So we've gone a long way of addressing the gaps that we have identified in our regulatory system. And we do acknowledge that our regulatory system was behind the times, but it will be best in class by the time we're said and done. We've enacted a number of just greenfield laws that have came into effect, bankruptcy law, PPP law, a number of other laws that are already in place. In my ministry, the Ministry of Investment, we're working diligently at drafting an investment law that's going to address the needs of both domestic and international investors. It is going to be a global best-in-class law. I am certain by the time it's enacted this year, hopefully sooner rather than later. Our judicial system is also undertaken extensive reform. We've formulated commercial courts. There are financial courts being studied to be launched, and these are going to be codified judicial rules that will guide judges in passing judgments and remove some of the uncertainty that has pre-existed before around our judicial system, which we've identified. We have arbitration centers that are being established to bring best-in-class global arbitration procedures, in addition to the special courts that are going to address the needs of the private sector. So it's a long story, but by the time you wrap it all together, I believe the kingdom will be, in terms of its regulatory system and judicial system, one of the best places to do business. We're already very good, by the way. International investors and domestic investors have been finding investing in the kingdom to be stable, predictable, and secure. But we're not happy with being very good. We want to be the best, and we believe our regulations and our reforms are taking us in that direction.
I mean, you do mention the key changes in regulation, the judiciary system, and others that are important. Maybe one that we can also mention is the key investment in infrastructure, which are so important for the mining sector. Could you maybe just brush upon this and give us a little perspective?
Well, this is one of our major strengths. I think if you go back to the 70s and 80s with the first oil boom, and when the kingdom had the surplus financial resources back then, we built some of the best industrial cities in the world. Jubail and Yamba at that time were clearly the best globally. Since then, we have grown that industrial infrastructure. A lot of it is actually around the mining industry. Mm-hmm. So Wad al-Shamal on the northern borders, Ras al-Khair on the eastern province are mining and metal specific infrastructure, the cities that brings not only land and utilities and ports, but all of the shared services, a single service provider regulator in the form of the Royal Commission for Jubail and Yamba, which is running those industrial estates. We're in the process of finishing Jazan, which is going to be, which already is a world-class city, 25 square kilometers, that is going to be housing a lot of mining assets, given the endowment in the southwest of the kingdom and also its proximity to Africa. The King Abdullah Economic City around Rabagh is 180 square kilometers, which we hope very soon will be a special economic zone on top of the great infrastructure it brings, and it will also help in developing the value chains and the logistics. Rabagh, where Petro Rabagh is and all of the utilities there, is also a destination. So, and I think probably the most bold venture in terms of industrial estate is what NEOM has announced. Yes. With Oxagon. And that's going to be, I think, setting the stage in terms of technology, digital, net zero, sustainability, and bringing the best and value chain development from mining all the way to advanced manufacturing. Of course, connectivity is key, especially when you're moving heavy materials like we do in mining. So we've built the North-South Railway, 1,400 kilometers from the northern borders all the way to Ras Al Khair, passing through the central region. That is going to be expanded, and it will be having a double line to allow us to improve, to increase the capacity and do more manufacturing in both Ras Al Khair and Wa'ad al-Shamal, and also access the resources along the way. Rail connectivity will increase dramatically in the kingdom. We're expecting, I think the number is about 14,000 kilometers of new rail that will crisscross the kingdom and add to the network we already have. In terms of our roads, the World Economic Forum Connectivity Index ranks Saudi Arabia as #1 globally in terms of road connectivity, 200,000 kilometers. So you can't find a spot in the kingdom that is not connected with high-quality asphalted road. So, and all of it is free, available, no tolls. So miners and midstreamers and downstreamers are able to move all of this. We have a very extensive logistic strategy that my colleague, the Minister of Transport and his team have launched that's very, very ambitious. All of this, of course, is the physical infrastructure. You have to also give the kingdom the due recognition for having one of the world's best digital infrastructure. We're #1 in the Middle East in terms of 5G penetration, high-speed broadband, and connectivity. And we know, and we've heard throughout the day about advanced manufacturing and advanced mining and all of the technology. All of that needs connectivity and 5G, and that is available and ramping up very rapidly. Fiber is also available all around the kingdom. So I think when you look at infrastructure in the kingdom, I am certain that we're one of the best places there is.
Maybe moving on more the global level of analysis. I mean, we talked on the previous session with Eric Cantor about the disruption in global supply chains, the importance to secure supplies to critical minerals. How much is that actually an opportunity for Saudi Arabia by building its mining sector to become really a new hub for critical minerals?
Well, I think that's a very good question, because there are global trends that are intersecting. One of them, of course, is long supply chains and the fact that many companies are moving to regionalization. We're in a region that has underinvested in providing its own supply chain, and also being a platform for providing the rest of the world with critical minerals and materials that the world needs. So that's one, and we believe the kingdom is perfectly positioned from a geography standpoint to address the needs of the Middle East, Africa, and Europe and beyond. The other one, of course, is sustainability and ESG. The kingdom has access to the lowest carbon content energy almost in an unlimited And the third trend that I think the world has found, COVID and pre-COVID, is the need for governance and governments that investors can trust. And the kingdom over, since its existence, have always been the most trustworthy for investors. I happen to have worked in the oil industry, which is, of course, subject to a lot of geopolitical risks. And I can tell you that whether it's Aramco or Chevron or the oil field services or the petrochemical companies, the region has gone through challenges and turmoil. And we just saw that during the COVID crisis, where the competence, trustworthiness of the Saudi government has come through clearly for all of the investors that talk to us and have felt extremely, extremely secure. So you bring all of these together, all of these global question marks and risk factors, and we believe that the kingdom addresses them in an optimum way.
No, very good. And obviously, geology doesn't know the natural borders and so on. So, still looking at international level, how when you're seeing the influence that Saudi Arabia could actually have on neighboring, countries, or the eastern part of Africa through the Arabian Shield, how do you think that the best practices that are being developed here in Saudi Arabia could be a chance for the influence that you would have on that region, or could be actually replicated in their, new other geographies neighboring?
In terms of practices of just how we invest and how we run our operations, I think the kingdom has set the benchmarks, especially in oil and gas over the last 7-8 decades. Aramco's preeminence in terms of not just how much, but how it does its business is clear to all. I'm proud that Ma'aden, SABIC before, and Ma'aden in their respective fields have emulated very well what Aramco has done in oil and gas, and both of them are prominent, best-in-class benchmarks for their respective industries. So that's just at the corporate operational excellence level. The kingdom, with our Vision 2030, led by our visionary, dynamic leader, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, is also transforming very much the region and beyond. It is no secret that all societies and all governments are looking not only at the boldness of the vision, but the implementation of the vision as a model to emulate. We also recognize that the world is getting smaller, and no one country, no matter how big, can go it alone. And we cannot be secure unless the rest of the region is prospering and safe. And His Royal Highness in this room a couple of years ago has said that his vision is to see the Middle East as the next Europe. And that's achieved not only by sharing the best practices we have and helping them also envision their own relevant transformation, but also by helping to integrate markets. Helping to allow them to address the Saudi market, which is the largest, but also for us. Because I think global investors, and we have many of them here, they want to see larger markets. They want political stability, which we have. They want resources, which we heard all day about the prospectivity and the endowment we have in the Arabian Shield. But they also want to see larger markets. Smelters and refineries, downstream, they need to be closer to market. And we have a huge market, Middle East, North Africa, and the rest of Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa is not only large, but it's growing very fast. And with the peace and prosperity that everybody is working on, we're sure that the next wave of growth, economic prosperity, is going to be around the kingdom, centered and anchored by the kingdom, led by the kingdom. And the mining sector, given the demand that we know is going to happen globally for sustainable metal and mineral value chains, the kingdom can lead that sector by bringing the markets as well as the resources available within this broader region.
In terms also, I mean, you mentioned leading by example and best practices. I mean, you and I had several conversations on the importance of ESG. I know Mark Bristow in a former panel mentioned the importance of the S, specifically the social, into the ESG. You mentioned that, no project that actually do not, include the best standards in ESG would be successful here. I just wanted to get your perception more again on what is important in the ESG practices here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and how do you see this moving forward?
Well, the ESG is as a term is relatively new. At least it became prominent the last few years. But without sounding like I'm bragging too much, it's really embedded in our DNA. If you look at our practices going back a few decades ago, even the original concession that was signed by the late King Abdulaziz with SoCal of California, ESG spirit is all over it in terms of developing the country, developing the people, taking care of the environment and having the right governance and responsibility assigned between the government and the private operators. You go back to the 70s and the kingdom financed, the government financed the elimination of gas flaring back in the 70s. By the 1980, the kingdom was producing 11 million barrels a day and not a single molecule was being flared. Okay, that's more than 40 years ago. If you look at how companies like Ma'aden and Saudi Aramco and SABIC, how they work within the communities, build schools, build vocational training center, financed by the companies and the government. Perfect public-private partnerships to bring education, to bring skill development, even to help households. Aramco worked with the communities to fight malaria and other tropical diseases back in the 50s and 60s as a practice, and that has spread. So, and the other thing is what the government is doing and how we regulate the private sector. Today, Tadawul and our CMA, by all standards, and you can look it up there, it's one of the top 5 in every standards of how we govern, whether it's disclosures or other aspects of corporate governance. The kingdom is ranked one of the top. So on all fronts, I think the kingdom stands very, very high. Of course, what has been announced by the Crown Prince, Green Saudi, Green Middle East, Net Zero. Today we heard Ma'aden being announced by His Excellency the Chairman of Ma'aden. We're also, I believe, setting the global benchmark in terms of energy sustainability and environmental stewardship.
Very good. I mean, it's very nice to hear you say this, and I'm looking forward for those ESG standards to be reinforced again. I could continue for several minutes more, but we're actually running out of time. But thank you again, for Your Excellency, for coming and explaining this vision. And please join me in thanking His Excellency today.
Thank you.
Thank you. شكرا جزيلا.
See you again.
عبد العزيز الله بالخير كيف الحال؟ عساك طيب ان شاء الله بخير.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for being here this afternoon. I have an all-star panel, as you can see, 4 in front of me, here right alongside me, and 2 on the screen. Hello to Screenland, and I'm going to introduce them one by one and then get straight into it. And I can't wait to hear the exchange, because clearly His Excellency the Minister of Investment just talked about the kingdom and all of its drivers, and I'm going to actually, if you don't mind, Excellency, I'm going to come to you last now, because Remy stole one of my questions. So I want to come back to you last, because I think it's important that you hear from leaders who are investing in the kingdom or have invested in the kingdom. So let me introduce the panel firstly. You obviously have met His Excellency Minister Khalid Al-Faleh, the Minister of Investment and a long-time friend of mine in the kingdom. We have Mark Bristow, who you've heard from several times today, President and Chief Executive Officer of Barrick Gold Corporation. We have Abdullah Busfar, which I know you told me to tell your name right. I hope I didn't butcher it. Chairman of EV Minerals, which is a very, very important company in the kingdom, and one that's going to be a very, very big EV metals, be big part of the value chain, especially in something I'm caring a lot about lately, which is EVs, as my Lucid Motors role. And of course, at the very end on the stage, Michael Barton, who's Portfolio Manager of Orion Resource Partners. On our screen, we have someone you've heard from this afternoon, Roy Harvey, Chief Executive Officer and President of Alcoa. And of course, we have Jock O'Rourke, Chief Executive Officer of the Mosaic Company. To the gentleman starting with Mark, I'll just go in order. I have been coming to the Kingdom for myself 25 years, and I'd love to hear your perspective of why invest in the Kingdom now, looking forward. And several of you have got investments here already, some of you are prospective. I'd just like to get all of you to respond to that question, then come back to you, Excellency, and get the call to action based on what we mutually hear. So, Mark.
Good afternoon. Barrick's been invested in Saudi Arabia for a while, but I think it's been, for me, a particularly constructive engagement over the last 3 years to participate in the changes that have happened that we've heard about today. And at the end of the day, you know, I've built my business through partnerships. And as you've seen today, Saudi has become a real leader in challenging the world on how to do business. And I think we've seen a number of conversations today that perhaps should have been made more vocal during COP26 and leading up to that. And I think we've seen a real constructive conversation. And therein lies that point about partnerships, because if you want to be a world-class business doing mining that's going to be acceptable to future generations, that partnership has to include host countries, host country leadership. And for me, that's the opportunity, apart from the God-given endowment of the Arabian Shield. And then we have the Tethyan metal belt, which is largely an undeveloped endowment that, according to our geologists, has a bigger potential than the Andean trend or the whole Western America seaboard. So we see that we've I think, demonstrated the importance of partnerships, both from the Kingdom and also Marden, who is our partner in our investments. And I think, I know that our commitment is to build on that, to continue to develop the prospectivity and the mining opportunities in the Arabian Shields. But there's another component to that, and that is, you know, the Tethyan metals belt runs through many challenging geopolitical addresses. And as has been said again many times today, Saudi is a gateway into that brings opportunity together. And I think this world has over the last 5 years denigrated into deglobalization. And the conversation today is, how do we open the door and build together a more global perspective when it comes to mining? Then we will address the E, the S, and all the other benefits that we need to invest in to ensure that future generations can enjoy this planet as much as we have.
Thank you, Mark. Mr. Buswar, how do you see and I'd love you to actually comment on the partnership point as well, investing in KSA, and why now?
Okay, let me just go back to, it's been always, investors say, why should I come and invest in Saudi? And I would say there is no better person to answer this than His Excellency and Ministry of Investment and the team around, and they've been doing a wonderful job clarifying to investors what are the incentives and the enablers that we've been hearing, large number of them, and most of them have been executed or done to do that. But I'll talk about it from an outside of the regulatory body or government body. Saudi Arabia have been enjoying a very stable investment climate. You look at the Aramco days and SABIC days, people who are invested for the last 30, 40 years, still most of them are enjoying a good return on their investment and very stable investment. If you look at what have been done lately? Why someone could come and invest? If I have the money, where should I put it? And I asked my colleagues, the Australian investors who joined lately, and we keep adding investors to EV Metal, and I'll come back to that. And I said, what do you need in a country to invest? And the first thing they say, stability. We need to make sure that our investment is stable. We could finance it, so banks would allow us, allow us to have access to project finance. And we need to be able to freely transfer our profits, or we exit without. And I think they find this very clearly, well-defined, very satisfactory. Investor doesn't want to go to an unstable place or an area where there is hardly no infrastructure whatsoever, or hardly you can finance your. So none of this exists in Saudi Arabia. When it comes to the topic of our discussion, our panel, the full value chain, when I started with the Australian, and they said, you're changing the business model. Initially, we went as a Saudi investors, invested in a company that has a nickel mine. That was about 2 years ago. And that was it. We were going to do the concentration, sell the spodumene abroad to somewhere else, Europe, China, somewhere else. And very quickly, we changed that, and we said, look, we have learned in Saudi, and during my days in Ma'aden, we have learned culturally that doing big projects, look at the full value chain. Look at the value. And we've done successfully 2 world scale, the largest in its industry, the phosphate and the aluminum complex. And was done professionally, successfully, and schedule. And I think it is a rewarding investment to the local and the foreign investors. Now, to come back to why now, and I think what triggered my attention personally 3 years ago is the determination of the country, and not only that, putting into action and acting to everything they have said, the transformation to a renewable in a big way. And that trigger what does they take? And I started learning during our old days when I was a miner, nickel and lithium were not in our radar. And that's when I started saying, well, we need a nickel, we need a lithium. We went to Australia. Now, the model we have adopted today is we acquire as many opportunities as we can in these critical minerals, which we identified. And actually, tomorrow will be in Australia an announcement that we have launched Australian Lithium Initiative, which really will gather a large producers or mine under development under the umbrella of EV Metal, development and investment, to secure our supply chain to our world largest chemical complex of minerals in Yanbu. We had the nickel, we didn't have the lithium, so now it evolved that we have the nickel and cobalt, we'll have the lithium now, and eventually we are set and ready with the know-how, with expertise, and with the funding to explore Saudi Arabia for its critical minerals. And hopefully we'll be seeing more of that in the years to come.
Thank you. Michael, investor, you're an investor, so why would you encourage investment to come here?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. So we're a little bit different than I think everybody else on the panel in that Orion, firstly, is an investor rather than a mining company. And I think, secondly, we're probably, I think I'm right in saying we're unique in that we don't currently have investments in Saudi Arabia. But we would still like to have investments. So I'll perhaps just comment on 2 things. Why we would like to be an investor, you know, the opportunities here, if you will, but then also the reason we're perhaps not today. I think in terms of the first reasons, I think most of the panel's already touched upon it. The Arabian Shield is probably one of the most prospective and, you know, relative to its potential, underdeveloped regions in the world. I think we would agree with Mark, including the Tethyan Belt even more so. Secondly, political stability that's been touched upon by most of the panelists. Thirdly, relatively speaking, don't want to downplay it for a second, but the inherent risks around environmental and social issues are perhaps less in Saudi Arabia. Population density, proximity to those population centers, less environmentally sensitive areas, and that's a mass generalization, but as a whole, a good position relative to some places. And thirdly, just inherently a country that is comfortable with natural resource development. So, you know, that level of comfort. The reason we're not an investor today is fairly simple. There is a lack of opportunity for an investor like Orion. Now, Orion, again, we're not a major like a Barrick or an Alcoa. We are typically funding companies in what's termed the junior sector of the mining industry. So we're providing packages of financing to companies to take them into production. These are smaller mines, but this is in many ways, that junior sector is in the most vibrant mining economies. That junior sector is often the lifeblood of that country's mining sector. And really, there isn't a junior mining sector as of today in Saudi Arabia. So the question then becomes, what's missing today? And I think the junior mining sector and us as an investor in that sector, I think what do we need? We need clarity around ownership. That's not to say the ownership needs to be anything in particular. It could be 1% or another percent. It doesn't really matter. But clarity over that ownership and security over that ownership. I think, secondly, we would need a very clear legislative framework to take a project from exploration through to production. And then thirdly, we would want to know that there was going to be a market for that project later down the line for other people coming in. So, if we were developing a junior gold company, we would want to know that a Barrick is there to buy that company or buy that asset. And I think a vibrant vibrant junior mining sector shouldn't be forgotten in its import to the overall health of what should be, a huge industry here in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Michael. To the screen, I'll start with you, Jock, saying we've heard from Roy already. You're an investor here. Why are you comfortable, and why would you continue to invest in this new drive in Saudi Arabia? You're on mute, I believe.
Okay.
Still?
It's the, there we go. Am I on now?
You're on.
Okay, well, let me start 10, 12 years ago when we first got involved. I mean, at that stage, obviously it starts with resources. It starts with mineral resources, but also human resources. Saudi had with Ma'aden and our partnership with Ma'aden, a great mining company, as I think His Excellency said in the last session, a leader in its field. Our partnership with Ma'aden was a strong partnership. They bring to the table great experience through, first Saudi Aramco and then SABIC and now Ma'aden, great engineers, great people, great project management skills. So that's the first piece. The second piece is infrastructure and readiness. At the time, it was coming, and now I think it's really accelerated. I think of the city, the Ras Al Khaimah Industrial City, which at the time of our investment was Alcoa and ourselves were both invested with Ma'aden. Now I look at Wad Al Shamal City, which has been developed, the Saudi railway from the north through to Ras Al Khaimah. All of those things, the infrastructure makes access to these minerals so much better. And then the third is really important, is reform. The kingdom has done a lot of great reform in the last, particularly the last while. And I think it follows from the 2030 vision to maximize this sector. And so all of those things have made it, great from an investment perspective. And I think as I look forward, it should only get better.
Great, thank you, Jock. Roy, Alcoa and its experience. I think you're on mute as well.
Okay. How about this? Can you hear me now?
A little low on volume, but yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I'll try and speak up to make sure you can hear me. The disadvantage of going last is that a lot of my points have been taken, so I just want to highlight a few things that have been said and add a couple quick layers. Starting with partnership, it all starts with finding the right partners in country, with making sure that you're able to find the right people to connect with, to understand some of the differences, the cultural differences, the bureaucracy differences that might be happening in Kingdom, and be able to establish those and work through issues as they come. And the fact is, because we have a joint venture, we've had it now for more than a decade, There can be bumps along the road, and being able to sort through those in order to drive improvements, that partnership and that ability to discuss issues is absolutely critical. And we've found Ma'aden as a great party, one that we can discuss things with and one that we can build together. Just on the stretching along, and very similar to what Jacques was saying, but when you start at the resource, you've got the resource in place from a bauxite perspective, you've got the infrastructure built between bauxite and Ras Al Khair, where we have the refinery and smelter. For us, that stability, that competitiveness of the energy price, because it's not just a mining business, but also a transformation business where you're using energy in the refining process, but then also energy in the smelting process. The fact that we had great availability at a very competitive price, and looking towards the future, driving that competitive price, making sure we have stability in price of energy long into the future. And sort of connecting back where Mark started this whole discussion is around ESG, right? The fact is that the kingdom is really driving forward. And if anything, you have to highlight the boldness of vision, the ambition of how they're changing the kingdom, which matches a lot of what's happening around the world. We see that coming from COP26. We see the expectations around how we treat the environment, how we drive the social governance aspects, and how we really make sure that we are delivering sustainable products that fit with what our customers expect today, and connecting that back with the narrative and the expectations that our stakeholders have. And to me, this is very much part of what Alcoa is doing. I see that same DNA inside of our partner Ma'aden, that helps to sustain what we're trying to do in our joint venture, and is a great platform and springboard towards ensuring that we stay relevant, ensuring that we continue to meet those exacting standards and expectations across sustainability.
Thank you, Roy. Excellency. I think you, like me, are sitting here thinking about these amazing companies, including partnerships with Australia, Canada, the US. What's the call to action? I've known you as a man of action, not a man of words. What's the call of action here for Saudi?
Well, I think for Saudi Arabia, our call of action is well articulated in Vision 2030. And as I mentioned in the previous session, it is underpinned to a large degree by partnering with companies both from Saudi Arabia and abroad, thinking big, being bold, as mentioned in the morning, not just dealing with the challenges of the future, but reimagining and creating the future that the rest of the stakeholders want us to have. A sustainable, affordable, safe, integrated world where, as Mark mentioned, our children and grandchildren can enjoy the prosperity that we've enjoyed over our lifetime. And Saudi Arabia is your partner to do that. We already have that boldness and that audacious thinking embedded in our vision, but it's also cascaded from the vision into our strategies, policies, regulations, and resource allocations. For those of you, and all of you are essentially either in the mining sector or supporting the mining sector through financing, consultancy, and other means, you need to be reassured that it is not peripheral to the thinking of Saudi Arabia, but runs right at the center. We realize that 7.5 billion people going to 9 with increased purchasing power and prosperity, urbanization, these billions of people are going to need a lot of materials that are produced sustainably, and all of our policies are to do that. Some of those materials will come from our petrochemical value chains. A lot of them will come from minerals and mining. And the kingdom is, in addition to the vision, in addition to the partnership approach, in addition to the security that we provide through our governance and through our history of being investor friendly. We also have the right geography in our location to allow you to access key parts of the planet. We have the geology, as the geologists have been saying all day, with the prospectivity and the prolific resources across a number of key minerals and mining, and many of them, as we know, have not yet been discovered. And we have also the energy. Something I have not talked about a lot is, at the end of the day, we are in an energy-intensive industry. You heard from His Royal Highness, the Minister of Energy today. The kingdom is not only endowed with hundreds of trillions of cubic feet of natural gas that's going to be with us for the rest of the century, I am sure, but we have unlimited supply of solar and wind that the kingdom is leading the next frontier of turning that into other forms of sustainable energy, like hydrogen, like ammonia, and continuing to research and develop other forms that we still don't know. But you put all of that together, the kingdom will be your most reliable supplier of sustainable energy for the long term, not for 10, 20, or 30 years. In addition to that, not only do we have world-class infrastructure, but we continue to invest hundreds of billions of dollars of upgrading both our physical, digital, regulatory, and security infrastructures to allow investors. And of course, the most important underpinning of all of this is human talent. The kingdom has a young population. We have a population, and I can tell you from my personal experience, and I think Andrew and I have partnered over the last couple of decades on world record-breaking investments that have been enabled by the capability of young men and women from Saudi Arabia who are taking on challenges of upskilling themselves and then taking on the most difficult fields. In our previous joint venture, it's petrochemicals. And my experience with Ma'aden, and by the way, I can tell you stories about Abdullah Basfar walking into my office almost 20 years ago and saying that this company that was just created, Ma'aden, had the vision of developing the mineral resources, and we worked from Aramco at that to partner with them and provide them with the energy, with the land in Ras Al Khair, with pipelines. And the rest, our panelists on the screen have seen the results with the developments of the bauxite and phosphate, and to the valuable export commodities they have become. Those success stories, from oil in the 30s of the last century to SABIC 50 years ago, and eliminating flaring and turning it into value, to making an audacious idea of developing faraway resources of bauxite and phosphate and making it a reality today, multiplying that multiple times with EV, with metals and others, value chains and critical materials in a sustainable way, is all within our grasp. And we're going to do it by working together. The call to action, Andrew, in short, is take on that challenge, trust in yourself and trust in us, and we can meet what the stakeholders want us to do.
Yeah, I think there's two narratives out of what you just said, Excellency, that we've been hearing about, and I'd love some of the other panelists to comment on them. Narrative number one is actually the emergence of a cost-effective mining sector in the kingdom. And maybe, Mark, you can comment on that, because that's cost efficiency, that's prospectivity, there's a lot of factors into that. But the other, which doesn't really come with a resource-rich country all that often, my home country of Australia struggles with it, which is value-adding it. and going and building in-country demand for those valuable resources, whether they be, aluminium, whether they be fertilizers, whether they be in the EV sector. So, Mark, maybe you comment on the first narrative. Sustainable mining, by the way. I heard the Minister, His Excellency, mention that every time he said mining. Okay, so maybe you can comment on that, and I'll get others to comment on the other part of the narrative.
So, when you look at what you say about a mining center and sustainability, this is the gap. It's a very important point, and that is, it's all about people. Mining doesn't work without people, and to apply the right people, you need the right skills. Need the right skills, and that's something mining has generally neglected. And we sort of accepted that we can go to the back of the queue, the university queue, and accept people who are not at the cutting edge and intellectually smart and super ambitious. And I think that's really, we talked about advocating mining this morning. And that's what we've got to do, is we've got to go out there, and that's certainly what we're doing in Barrick, is you go out there and you attract the smartest people, because if we're going to transition, we need those smart people. If we're going to mine responsibly, as the Minister says, we still need smart people. In fact, we need smarter people. And so that's really and when you talk about a center, I think more importantly, we need a community. And I think that's what investors bring, and that's what I believe this conference is going to attract, is young people want to be part of a positive, supportive chain. And as miners, the first investment we make has to be education, skilling, and young people.
Abdullah, maybe comment on the value add piece, and maybe the part about attracting people. Value add to critical minerals, the Minister mentioned that several times. Lithium, you're bringing it in from Australia, I understand, but you want a value add here.
Our focus have been always on resources, whether it's human capital or mineral resources. From day one, when we talked to our colleagues in Australia, we said, we're going to hire Saudis from day one who will go and get started to pick up the technologies and know-how in exploring and mining in Australia and bring it back here and participate in the field studies for the advanced plan that we are, like lithium hydroxide. And not forgetting, of course, that to have a sustainable industry, you must look after the people, you must look after the community, and you must protect the environment. And that goes without say. Our plant in Yanbu, for example, we decided to build it would require probably from 600 to 800 mega. It's going to be coming from a renewable, solar. And we'll be talking to probably third party to do that. We took on our shoulder, because of our access to the expertise and the know-how and the technologies available for years in Australia in mining these minerals, in particular the future minerals, which is the lithium and nickels and associate. We took on our shoulder to partner with serious Saudi companies or even non-Saudi companies in Saudi Arabia to develop these industries, to develop the mineral wealth of Saudi, and to enable them to access the expertise and the technology and the support that we can provide to them. And we're going to see one announcement signed tomorrow as a first step to deliver what we have promised. So we're moving. And one thing about attracting Saudis, the minute we have made the announcement a few months back, we've been receiving emails and calls from young men and women that they want to be part of this. And we welcome that, and we're screening the applicants. They see it, this is the future. This is the future industry. Because what we are saying is we're building a complex that would be delivering the energy chemical to the world, as we are doing in oil. And we will be up to the expected, let's say, demand of the world outside of China. This is why we're moving very quick in acquiring additional mines in Australia, while we will hopefully develop the full value chain within Kingdom, as we did with the bauxite and phosphate earlier. You can see from mine to mouth, or from mine to farmers in the phosphate and the aluminum. Everything is fully integrated within Saudi Arabia. Now, hopefully we'll reach that stage, but initially to secure our investment and the supply of our local downstream and international, we are well positioned to deliver to European and North American their needs of these chemicals. And we are building our plant next door to you. So we need to talk seriously.
Yes, exactly.
All right?
Yeah, the Lucid factory will be right alongside yours. So the other way around, I guess, as your customer. Roy, developing a value-add minerals value chain in the kingdom. You know, you've got experience in this, and the minister mentioned energy intensity in industries that are energy intensive. Yours is. What would you like to see going forward to continue this investment in the value chain?
Yeah, I think it's a very critical question, right? Because I think you look at aluminum as an example, and so we start with a restart with bauxite, transform it in the refinery into alumina, and finally in the smelting step, which, as you said, is very electricity intensive, you turn it into aluminum. And so you've already starting to add value across each of those different steps. However, when you think about how you compete as a global commodity, obviously you can sell commodity-grade aluminum around the world, and that's something that Alcoa does in a number of just different jurisdictions. It's sort of the easy answer to find a way to use that competitively priced energy and the great bauxite resource and turn that into something. But the next logical question is then how you take a city, an industrial city like Ras Al Khair, which already has significant investment in place, but then also try and think, what do you do in order to create demand inside Ras Al Khair, inside of the kingdom? And Andrew, like you know, from an automotive perspective, from all these different potential uses of aluminum in my case, the more you can create that infrastructure downstream, the more attractive that you can make the kingdom to be making these downstream investments, the more attractive it makes it to do the work upstream as well. And so from our perspective, you know, we have the global market, but at the same time, if we're able to find those downstream partners and to create more value, it simply creates an atmosphere where you can get more talent, where you can get more individuals that step in and say, hey, I want to be part of this supply chain. I want to be part of this sustainability story and get those recycling loops as well, which I talked about in my discussion with Ryan earlier. The more you get this virtuous circle pumping, and the more value you can create and you can add into these products. And so to me, you've got the scale, you've got this attractive environment that the kingdom can provide around infrastructure and around energy competitiveness, and you can then turn that into a virtuous circle of creating more value for the future.
We're getting close to the end, but I want to make sure I ask Michael one more question on ESG investing. Is it here, and are you seeing the metrics, and are you getting the demand?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely here. It's increasing every single day. From the junior perspective, Orion has always been at the vanguard of that. We adopted the IFC performance standards as our standard that we would adhere to a long, long time ago before people started focusing on this. But increasingly, our investors are asking us to ensure that we are adhering to those standards, which wasn't the case sort of a couple of iterations of funds ago. So it's absolutely here. As I said earlier, I think Saudi Arabia, in many respects, is well positioned because of the fact that it isn't inherently, and this is a mass generalization, I appreciate, but it's not sitting there in a huge, densely populated place from a social perspective. Most of these mining assets in particular either are located in more sparsely populated areas, so you don't have as intense social pressures. Likewise, from an environmental perspective, again, mass generalization, but there is not, it's not a rainforest, if you will. So there is scope to be dealing with those things. fairly easily here. So I think it's well positioned to be dealing with that. And then just touching upon your question to Mark, actually, from a sustainability and then a cost perspective, again, I think Saudi Arabia is in a wonderful position because globally, head grades are falling, quality of assets are falling, accessibility of those assets is getting more and more challenging, hence costs are going up. But you have the fairly unique situation in Saudi Arabia where there are still world-class undeveloped assets sitting there at the surface, as it were. And what that means is it means actually they're easy to absorb. It is easy, rather, to absorb those inherent costs of good environmental and social practices.
Yep, and we are nearly at the end, and I want to give the Minister the last word, so Excellency, just in 1 second. But Jock, just one last question for you, maybe teeing up the Minister. I heard exports several times in the conversation. In a transition, building a commodity base of any sort to value add, you're going to need export competitiveness. Is that something top of mind for yourself as an investor here?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Roy mentioned it a little earlier, but what makes Saudi competitive is not only mineral resources, but as we've said, you've got the raw materials, you've got good energy costs, you've got access to sulfur and natural gas, which are critical to phosphate production. The chemical side of phosphate production is at least as big as the mining side. So the reality is it is a chemical manufacturing at the end. But the other thing that gets missed, and I think the Minister mentioned it earlier, was access to other markets. The freight from Saudi to, say, India is about a third or a quarter of what it is from some of the other big producers of phosphate fertilizers. So you've got a great access to other markets and a great competitive advantage. And then as time changes, your company as well, Lucid, we're now talking about lithium iron phosphate batteries. So the next value add could well be the more industrial uses of that phosphate or that phosphoric acid. So, as we look forward, we see this as a very key piece of the competitiveness of the kingdom.
Thank you. Yeah, as a chemical engineer, I love hearing all this chemistry that's being talked about. Excellency, last question for you. I know you put a lot of effort into pushing out the message of the new Saudi Arabia with roadshows pre-COVID. And now I'm assuming the phone's ringing off the hook for you to see people coming to invest. All these people here, what sort of message do you want them to know about Saudi Arabia, and what can your ministry do to facilitate their investment opportunities?
Thank you very much, Andrew, for giving me that opportunity. First of all, I think it's important to know not so much where we are today, and we are in a very good place. I've said that a number of times, but to know where the destination, and our destination is a never-ending place, because we always want to strive to be the best place for investors to be, the most competitive, the most investor-friendly, and we realize for us to grow the participation of the private sector into our large and growing economy to 65%, they have to be extremely, I wouldn't say extremely, but they have to be sufficiently profitable to be able to recycle their profits into further investment. We're targeting over $3 trillion of investment in the next 9 years. And a lot of that investments will come from indigenous sources, Saudi companies, PIF, but the role of international investors, not only in bringing capital, but bringing their know-how, bringing their access to market, bringing their best practices, and having those best practices rub on their Saudi partners, as well as, with all humility, on us as Saudi government, to learn from them what works best where, so that we continue to improve. So it's a never-ending destination that we're looking at. We will continue to improve together with you. We will create the competitive environment that is also sustainable and that allows you to tell your shareholders and stakeholders, wherever they are, that you are reinventing that future for the mining, metals, advanced manufacturing value chains that we're either directly involved in or supporting. And the Kingdom should be and will be your partner of choice.
Thank you. Big round of applause for our panel, and thank you to our remote participants as well. And I'd like to bring Remy Piet back on stage, your moderator, for your next session. Thank you very much.
Hopefully we'll get together and talk about this one day.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. And I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Anil Agarwal, the CEO and founder of Vedanta. And I think this is something that I strongly encourage you to listen to in terms of the panel itself, because for me, it's really a pleasure to welcome you. You're a source of inspiration, both in terms of what you achieved in Vedanta, but also in terms of what you've been pledging. Everybody knows Vedanta as the world leader in zinc production. You have an impressive capacity in terms of smeltering. But I know you don't like to bring this too much, but you also are someone that understands what economic wealth is supposed to be, something that to be shared. You've already pledged 75% of your own wealth to philanthropist action and social well-being. So that's something that I'd like to commend you on, and that's a great example for people that will listen to us. Before we go, and we're going to be talking about, obviously, the relation between India and Saudi Arabia. We're going to be talking about the future of mining. We'll talk about ESG and other elements. But I'd like to get your views a little bit of the forecasting of economic growth that we're seeing post-pandemic. There's a lot of studies that confirm that we should see a strong startup and growth in terms of recovery after the pandemic. What does that mean for metals such as zinc? What does that mean for Vedanta going forward in terms of future development?
Beautiful. Thank you very much. I know that taking the initiative to create this convention at this pandemic time and the kind of response which I have seen and the energy level of Saudi Arabia is great. I never thought something like this. A relationship between India and Saudi Arabia is inseparable. Our Prime Minister Modi and Crown Prince, they call each other as a brother. You are my elder brother, I'm your younger brother. So I'm very pleased. In the pandemic, the way Saudi Arabia has fought and the way they have shown to the world, I think and India too, we had 100 million people has been vaccinated. It's not easy job. Mm-hmm. So I really compliment Saudi Arabia and India, how they have worked. We import oil from Saudi Arabia, and we're very pleased. As far as the market is concerned, business is concerned, I think the business is a fighter, and in pandemic also, somehow or others, this thing has moved on. Show was there all the time, and I could see whether there is a refinery, upstream, downstream, mining. People have bring the discipline, and the production was going on, and that's keep the economy growing. That's taught us a lot of things. How with the remote control also we can be productive. We don't have to travel so much. So we are changing our habit. For me, Vedanta is very important. Vedanta is a 1.5% GDP of India. We pay $55 billion taxes in India in last six years. So we feel very pleased. Still, most of our money goes in the import, and we are looking how can we develop the resources. At the same time, the initiative by Saudi Arabia, because they have a huge resources of mineral. And mineral has one big advantage because oil and gas can't bring too many downstream product. But in mineral, you can have $5 million to $10 million to $20 million, $100 million, hundreds of industry can come in. And the way they have taken an initiative, I wish them very best. We are also looking seriously. We are investing initially due diligence. What is the opportunity? We are the largest producer of zinc in the world, largest producer of one of the largest producer of silver. So we'll be definitely looking this opportunity. And I must compliment the entire Saudi Arabia, how all the minister, everybody was around to make us comfortable, to show that we participate. And the biggest thing will happen to the youngster, because I believe 50% of population is below 25. And if our coming there, if we can develop thousands of new entrepreneurs in Saudi Arabia who can start small industry, can create more job, is very, very important.
We mentioned, preparing for this conversation, we talked a lot about the importance of ESG into mining. We had here a conversation with Minister of Investment in Saudi Arabia that also strengthened the importance of having ESG in terms of mining investment here in Saudi Arabia. Can you maybe just walk us into what ESG means for Vedanta, and in terms of giving examples specifically in your company of how you approach these issues of social governance and environmental sustainability?
Today, this is a talk of the world. Every youngster, everybody is talking about ESG. We have to save our planet. We have to show to the future generation that we care for them. It is very, very important. But we should not get panic. We should do a planned manner. In Vedanta, we have taken that we will go to zero carbon. To give you a small example, our people who are coming by car, now they are pulling the car. All our truck has been gone into the electric truck. Even they were using oil, they're using gas. So they are reducing carbon footprint as much as possible. We have committed that the 25% of our power is going to be converted into renewable. So I'm very pleased that work is going on. Our company run by the young engineers, scientists, and whatever they plan, we are going to back it up. We have a plan on ESG, $5 billion to spend in 4 or 5 years' time, and we are going to do that. Safety is another very important thing for us, and there are sensors. There are complete scientific way. If something going wrong, there's something wrong with us. So we have to improve to make sure each life is very important for us and we care for them. And without community, today also I was asking them, where your zinc mines and other mines coming up, how is the community is going to be benefited? Unless you tell me how the community is going to be benefited, I'm not going to go forward. Because each of the person in the community, in the village, in that area, should be very happy something like this is happening. Somebody can start the restaurant, somebody can start the hotel, somebody can start a small workshop, somebody can do taxi, anything. So it's very important that we take community with us. And most important thing is today the diversity. Diversity is very, very important. Saudi Arabia, I was very pleased the way I believe that the 52% women are more qualified. They are engineers, they are doctors, they are lawyers, they are MBA, chartered accountant, and you will see how they will build this Saudi Arabia. So ESG is very, very important. There is a survey. There is a survey by the American headhunter and the recruiter, whereby they found the people who are not going to follow digital, the company who are not going to follow ESG, either they will shut down or somebody else will merge. So this is very important. If somebody driving it, please be very conscious on ESG.
I'd like to revisit a little bit this interrelation that could exist and be strengthened between India and Saudi Arabia. I mean, the Crown Prince went to India in 2019, if I'm not wrong, started developing a roadmap of collaboration with Prime Minister Modi. A lot of the energy in India is imported. I think it's around 83%. And while the example of India of building an industry of mining, close to, I mean, with Vedanta, obviously other actors, how could that be an example, and how can you actually see this, fostering of links between, India and Saudi Arabia, maybe with Vedanta investing also here in this country?
No, I was part of, when Crown Prince visited India, Delhi, I was there, and it's amazing how warmth it was. And Crown Prince mentioned some of the statements saying, Saudis are one very important thing. Their words are very important. Their words are very important, and they have, Crown Prince has said that I'm going to invest $100 billion in India. And we are talking just after this meeting, both way. One, we are going to make an investment in the mining sector. We are also looking what make them comfortable, because we give the highest return for the investment. And we have most of our wealth also going back to the society. So it's a both-way traffic. So they have started the investment. They are very pleased with whatever investment they have made in India. Even they have made investment in Japan. That investment is also coming to India. Mm-hmm. So it's somewhere, it is preferred country. It's a preferred country for Saudi Arabia. And I really welcome that the Saudi Arabia make more investment. At the same time, I will make sure that whatever they want from India to have a joint venture. I have a friend, Ajay Anand, who is in home furnishing. And I persuaded him, can we start a big, very big, because kind of house is being built. Can we have a home furnishing start here? So these are the things, small can be big. So I'm looking forward more and more relationship and strong relationship to happen, and more investment goes from Saudi Arabia to India, and India to make an investment in Saudi Arabia.
And maybe, obviously, in the mining sector being so important here in Saudi Arabia, we've talked in other past panel earlier today about the competition on access to critical mineral, the geopolitical rift between China and the US, and the importance of building a new hub for production of critical minerals. I mean, do you see Vedanta or invest in different minerals here in Saudi Arabia, mostly in zinc and silver, or also other minerals could be of interest to you?
All the minerals, we produce all the minerals. We have already started investing. We are talking to who has done the due diligence. I've come with the best team. They're talking to all the officials here, and I'm very serious. We will make investment to do the due diligence, and I can promise to Saudi Arabia will not leave anything unturned if there is a potential to take out the mineral and create massive job in this country.
Just maybe going a little bit more on a personal level. I mean, Saudi Arabia, as you were mentioning, is a country of young entrepreneurs, eager to maybe learn from mentors. I'm very impressed by your own path. You're a first-generation entrepreneur, meaning that Vedanta is now a juggernaut in the mining sector, but you created it and you led it to what it has become today. Can you maybe share a little bit of your experience and what made you a successful entrepreneur, and some lessons that could be learned by people watching us today?
My story is only 25 years story. I come from the very small village from the northeast. And when I came to Bombay, I never seen a city like that. I had a box in my hand and one bag on my side. And I says, oh my God, something like this exists? And what can I do? So I started, because my father used to be in some of the metal business, so I started picking up scrap from the cable company and used to sell to furnace. And that's how I started. And I always wanted to have a cable company. I had a cable company. Then I realized cable is not a great business. Raw material of cable is a great, whether it's a copper or aluminum. So I set up the aluminum smelter, copper smelter, very difficult, gone for the public issue. And I realized that I made so many mistakes. India does not have pool of money, so I moved to London. And I remember I moved to London. It's entrepreneurship. And I encourage all the youngsters to always take a risk. If you don't take risk in life, then what is the life all about? So take a risk. Don't take blind risk, but if you are 70% sure, 30, 40%, you have to take risk. And that's what, because huge potential. And in the life, if you are not achiever, all of you have to be achiever. So my message to, so this is about the entrepreneurship, and then very pleased that today my company run by the people. We are FTSE 100 company. We're just delisted. 100,000 people work. Practically no union, and everybody believe this is my company, and we are all over the Africa. It's now on autopilot, but I keep fueling, I keep motivating them, and I want if we can create more and more company like us, or better company, including the technology. The whole thing is about technology, digital, software, optical fiber is going to change the world. We have to be connected with the education, entertainment, wireless work, but with the fiber, it is a solid. The connectivity is very solid. So I'm looking forward something like this to happen to most youngsters in Saudi Arabia.
I think that's a great source of motivation for, especially in the sector of mining sector, so important for Saudi Arabia, for the youngsters in Saudi Arabia to take risk in that sector and engage into learning and developing their own entrepreneurship skills through the mining sector. That's very, very interesting. You mentioned the presence of Vedanta in Africa. The Minister of Industry mentioned that best practices of mining in Saudi Arabia could also be a blueprint for other countries neighboring in the regions in East Africa. Can you just maybe brush upon about your presence in Africa?
Yeah, again, it was an incidence because I have gone with our Prime Minister Modi, South Africa, and there they were expecting some investment from India, and he looked at me and we pronounced that we are going to invest $1 billion. And the new president was very pleased how we opened up the mine, same zinc mine, and it was very difficult. And you will not believe we had a young girl, probably early 30s, and I made her CEO. She was an engineer. She was a secretary to Anglo-American CEO. And I says, you can do the work. And everybody in my company was cold feet. What the hell you are doing? I says, look, you put the hand on the shoulder of people, it will be brass to the gold. It's all how you put the hand on the shoulder. And she did everything for us. So I'm on the advisory board. There are only 3 or 4 people on the South African president. We have gone to Namibia, Liberia. We have gone to Zambia, largest mine we have opened. Sometimes there's some dispute. We invested one way $3 billion in Zambia and created a phenomenal mine. So Africa is a great future, and you are on the border. So I'm sure Saudi Arabia will help South Africa, India. We all will work together. We always believe Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my Prime Minister always used this word, that please treat the world is one. Mm-hmm. And we all are brotherhood. Don't stay, only think of your family and me. Come out of it and think the world is yours. And with that mind, I think we'll all progress well.
And the mining sector, with the right ESG practices, really has the potential to bridge on inequalities and provide developments to communities and others. And I think that's what you're trying to achieve also in Africa. I'd like to maybe finish. I did mention your personal pledge of 75% of your personal wealth to charity and to philanthropist actions. Can you just explain what was behind this move, and maybe that could inspire a series of people in the region?
No, if you see that Discovery Channel, it shows that who built America. they don't show politician. They show 5 industrialists who built the America, whether it's a Wendell Waite or Rockefeller, JP Morgan, the people who built the steel, all 5 people, they built the 1800, 1820, and they have built the America and they have given back to the society. So that inspired me. At that time, they have donated $500 billion. You know, I'm very responsible for my family because for me, nothing is more important than my family. I will help them. I will work like a manager to them so they can build bigger Vedanta. But we're looking forward that most of the wealth must go back to the society. It's a very important. You take water from, we are a holy Ganges in India. We take the water from Ganges, we put back into the Ganges. That's how we believe. So what will, even at 25% is too much. What the hell I'm going to do with that money? It's better that I pledge, either it will get destroyed, or I distribute. So I prefer that in my lifetime, if I can distribute, I can see 80 million children can be not go towards the malnutrition. And if I can see 20 million women can be skill developed and can be entrepreneur and can put their feet on the ground and take care of themselves. What else I can think of?
Well, thank you. I think you very much well-deserved applause here. A great source of inspiration in terms of your path of building a company from the ground and arriving to the top, sharing back to the community. I think we're very lucky to have you here. Thank you very much for your time. I'm going to pass it back to John. Now we're going to be looking especially at the possibility to build a mining ecosystem, more at the micro level by getting some case studies here in Saudi Arabia. But thank you again. It was a real pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You are a phenomenal anchor. Well done. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
A roadblock getting over to you because I've had the COVID crisis over Christmas period and then could not get a negative result. But it's great to be with you. And we have a fantastic session, as Remy was talking about. It's how you build an ecosystem, and we're using Saudi Arabia as our case study. Let me introduce our full-fledged panel here. We've got 7 of us joining, some from virtually and some there in Saudi Arabia. Doug Kerwin is an exploration geologist. Richard Shoddy is the Managing Director of Minex Consulting. He's joining us from Melbourne virtually. Mr. Al-Zarani is the Vice President of Exploration at Saudi Aramco. Philip Schmidt-Tome is the International Operations Director, Geological Survey of Finland. He's joining us there from the country. Joachim Berlenbach is the Chief Executive Officer of Earth Resource Investment Group. Bill Brody-Good is the Chief Executive Officer and the Technical Director of Allen Metals, joining us virtually. And Professor Yao Wenxing is the project manager for the Geochemical Survey on the Arabian Shield for the China Geological Survey. It's great to have everybody here. I'm glad we could pull it all together technically. I'd like to start with Doug Irwin, and because we're focused on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Doug, I'd like to kind of put out the analogy. If you had a magic wand and you could do this within a 30-minute period and say, I'm going to touch this, 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 and this, up to 4 points, what are the key points with a magic wand you'd like to touch to accelerate the development in Saudi Arabia, would you suggest?
I think that most mining companies are commodity focused. And so when they decide to explore globally for the commodity of interest, the first thing to look at probably is the jurisdiction and the climate for the mining regulations. Second would be the geology, probably for most companies. And so here in this part of the world with the Arabian-Nubian Shield, the potential is just amazing. It's barely explored. But if the mining company chooses the jurisdiction, fine. The next step would be, okay, what's the available information for the commodity that we're looking for? And it's very important that they have access to quality data. And I'd like to say that here, the Geological Survey has done an amazing job of compiling a huge amount of data. They have the National Geologic database website that's interactive, and they're also working on an international standard metallogenic map. This will come out, I think, in the next 18 months. So the jurisdiction is great. The available information is excellent. And this is two things that are key to attract a foreign investor for the commodity that they might be looking for.
Thanks very much, Doug, for that. Richard Shoddy joining us from Melbourne. Is it a key component of this architecture or ecosystem transparency right across the board, legacy data as well included in that equation, Richard?
Yeah, it's very important, or it's absolutely critical that a company will make an investment in areas where it feels comfortable that the rules aren't going to change. So it's come up in previous sessions in this conference that consistency and transparency are essential starting points for a successful mining industry. So, yeah.
I would say His Excellency Bandar Al-Khuraif, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, would like to be tested. I think that's the spirit of His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince. What would you say, Richard, in that area, if you're going to look for improvements here and speed to market that the Kingdom would need to tackle? And I'm going to pose the question to others on this panel as well.
To speed up the whole process, you've got to have the delivery, the availability and delivery of data. That has happened, as Doug mentioned, and from my own personal experience, that has happened. You've got to have a clear set of investment rules so that people can know that they're going to own the project and that they can raise finance both internationally and locally for it. You need access to people. It's critical that you have consultants and professionals who can do the field work for you, that you also have the legal availability, the teams of legal people available. So these are all sort of elements that you've got to have in place up front for you to be fast and efficient in doing your exploration programs there. I mean, junior companies or even major companies can't afford to sit around for 2 or 3 years waiting for the release of land and the approval of projects. They want to get onto the ground straight away. So we need that to happen.
Okay, very good. Thanks very much for Richard taking that follow-up. I'd like to bring in Misfir Al-Zarani, the Vice President of Exploration at Aramco. For those of us that know the Kingdom, we know the pillars of oil and gas, and Aramco doing much more beyond that, of course. Petrochemicals with SABIC, Ma'aden driving the mineral development right now. What can we learn, Misfir, about the Aramco ecosystem itself and what can be translated to the mining sector in your view?
Thank you very much, John. First, let me say that I'm very pleased and honored to be part of this panel, which is in a way a surprise that the new age of technology is bringing two physically and two virtually, which proves the point that borders have no impact on communication. And I think that message is strong, that people can collaborate regardless where they are in the world. Now, the other question is, what is Saudi Aramco doing in this panel? That the discussion is about mining. I would like to shed some light about Saudi Aramco's experience in searching for oil and gas, not for minerals. I would like to remind everyone that exploration, whether for oil and gas or for minerals, have almost the same principles. We're looking for resources. We do almost the same exploration. But I think what helped Saudi Aramco is actually two things, and we're proud of these two, resilience and agility. throughout Saudi Aramco, we have experienced many changes. And once we determine that the change is for the benefit of the company, we move, and we move fast. And that cannot be done without three enablers. And the first one is our people. People who are equipped with the know-how. Our development and training in the company is from hire to retire. With that, we feel safe. Second is our operational excellence processes and workflows, through which we raise our standards and we achieve them. And we achieve them because, third, we invest in technology. Today, we have research centers in the kingdom and outside the kingdom as well. We have 2 global research centers in the US. We have 2 in Europe. We have 1 in Moscow, 1 in Beijing. These are our extended arms to technology through which we bring technology, the latest, to help us explore and develop our resources. Later on, I'll share with you our experience throughout the history of the company in the 80 years that probably the companies can learn from probably later in this panel.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms. Fear. I've had the great honor of visiting the HQ and then in the fields as well, so I know the DNA of the company, and to have that into the mining sector, that expertise transferred over, I think is superb. And that brings me to Philip Schmidt-Tome joining us from Finland. How do you create that mining DNA, would you say, Philip? And what can we learn from the Finnish example, the point that we had Richard bring up in terms of transparency? Aramco is everything when it comes to transparency and in kind of the internal rules and structures here of efficiency. What would you say for the mining sector here for Saudi Arabia, and what is actually mission critical?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much also for the former speakers. I think there's 3 points that are quite clear, and I want to congratulate Saudi Arabia on doing really great work in the first steps. So one is, of course, the data, which has been mentioned several times. There needs to be excellent data. And as we in Finland, we provide it for free and we provide it online. And Saudi Arabia has just actually launched last month the National Geodatabase. So it is really doing a great step forward here. Of course, this needs to be maintained and this needs to be updated regularly. What also comes to the data, and this has also been mentioned already, is of course legacy data. So this is the National Core Library, or you need a core data that you have from earlier explorations, and that also needs to be maintained. Also here, Saudi Arabia is doing a great step forward in building up a new National Core Library that will also be running digitally, the same as we do here in Finland. And I just learned actually from Richard that you have a similar, or even probably more modern version in New South Wales. But then the other very important issue that has also been touched already is the interplay of authorities. So when you want to attract investors, there need to be very clear rules on the mineral policy, the mining policy. What is the way to get your permits? How long does it take? And if you have a permit, then you go for the next step. And you can then rely on that every single step is clear. You know exactly what are the rules you play with, and that there are no surprises at the end of the day. So you can plan, as Richard has actually said, you can plan ahead forward and you know exactly what to expect. I guess these are 3 of the most important cornerstones, and I can see that Saudi Arabia is really doing great steps ahead here.
Yes, we've seen the roadmap when it comes to investment and the rest. I appreciate your directness. Let's bring in Joachim Berlenbach of Earth Resources Investment Group. One of the things that came up in the panel earlier that we had, Joachim, is the ESG principles and the pressures of where the money will go into here. And how do we ensure that the mining industry and let's use the Saudi example here. We know what transparency Aramco has delivered on its net zero targets to 2050 in the country to 2060. What is so important when it comes to ESG as the kingdom builds out the mining sector in your view?
Yeah, thanks, John. I want to start with a word of caution. The energy transition to which economic mining or the eco-mining system belongs is an industrial revolution. It can be compared with the invention of the combustion engine or the invention of the steam engine. And it's a first industrial revolution that is where the goalposts, where the timeposts are being guided by politicians and not by scientists and engineers. And timelines like the climate goals, targets 2030, 2050 are very, very ambitious. And we as a mining industry have to fit in here somehow. A good example about how problematic politics can get is currently the discussion in Europe about the introduction of nuclear energy. Is it a sustainable energy source or is it not? So here Saudi Arabia comes in with a blank plate, and Saudi Arabia can really start from scratch. And hopefully it's going to be very science-based. We heard a lot in the previous sessions and panels about the upside and the potential of the Arabian Shield. We can see wind turbines and we can see solar panels everywhere here in this country. That's there. Or salination plants, it's another one. We developed an award-winning ESG system for the mining industry, which we apply in one of our funds. And one of the very critical topics that always comes up is disruptive technologies. So one can see these wind turbines, these windmills being built, one can see these solar panels, all that creates energy. So the energy for the mining industry probably comes in Saudi Arabia and in this environment very cheaply. But for mining, for example, you also need to store energy. Yeah? A mill is running 24 hours per day. So how do you run that mill in the night? And here, for example, and that's where disruptive technologies are coming in and should be explored by Saudi Arabia and the companies working here. How do you supply energy at night? And that could be through batteries, for example, through redox flow. Vanadium redox flow batteries is one topic that comes up. And if you think here out of the box a little bit, for example, one of the biggest sources for vanadium is oil. Yeah? Oil in refineries is a pollutant, it's a poison for a refinery. But now you could actually explore, does oil actually help in the energy transition from an ESG point of view? Another thing could be using gravity-supported battery systems like Energy Vault. It's a company that works in it's working in Switzerland, where you use during the day you lift cement blocks basically up, and at night you create potential energy. At night you let these drop, and thereby you could potentially now create energy storage systems that are could help to build this mining industry in here. There's huge potential here, but apart from the obvious, the geology, the technology, all that, there needs to be also a thinking outside of the box. And that's, I believe, a great opportunity for Saudi Arabia and the young generation that's coming up here. And that would be my next point, thinking outside the normal box of ESG thinking is training the next generation, the young generation. And they need to be aware how important resources are coming. Quite honestly, at the current commodity prices, we don't have the cobalt, the lithium, the copper or the nickel to actually generate this amount of renewable energy that we need over the next 20, 30 years. It's just not doable. That I tell you as a geologist and like my colleagues here. Yeah. So we're going to see rising commodity prices. That makes, I think, also for the younger generation, makes entering the sector interesting. And from that point of view, I think ESG needs an important part is the training of people. If I have one more minute, I would like to discuss that
actually, Joaquin, once you hold it there, and I'm going to come circle back to you, right? So once you keep it there, that was excellent roadmap. And in fact, it's the question I wanted to carry on with Bill Brodie-Good, who's also here in the UK. We talked about the Aramco example, making sure you train all your petroleum engineers. And what Joaquin was saying is that we have to make ESG fashionable, in a sense, to the next generation of employees. How do you build that ecosystem in education, would you say, Bill, as a priority here, and making sure that they're both technology trained, but also trained in the mining sector, which most people would shy away from if I talk to the Gen Zers?
Thanks very much, John, and it's really interesting listening to everybody so far. I think it's about training. Earlier there was discussion about availability of personnel to support any work on the ground, and coming from a junior exploration company, obviously people are critical for being able to develop a project or projects. So as well as being able to bring people who already have that experience into projects, I think, as you say, a key point is training of the next generation, who will also learn in a different way. I think ESG will be probably one of the core, it'll be ESG 101, for example, as part of any development for a geologist, a mining engineer, as they move into a new world of development. But I think we can all still give them a lot of support. We just have a longer term view, and I think Richard mentioned about being able to have a longer strategy where you've got the security of tenure, you've got the support of the state, that that as you move forward you invest. As a company, as a junior, we could invest in training, say, a couple of geologists, be it, to move to grow with the company, and then they take the mantle when we're long gone. They're then the next generation and have developed in this new world.
Okay. Do you think it's important, very quickly, Bill, that we make the connection that if you're going to be working in this sector, you're actually helping solve the energy transition at the same time? Isn't there a disconnect in society? There
is still, and it is frustrating. I'm sure everyone here gets frustrated on occasion how people sort of are against mining. But at the end of the day, we're talking about all these materials. Where are you going to get the materials from? They come from mining. They need to be sourced from the earth. And as we learn to do it more environmentally friendly, socially supportive of local stakeholders, and with the correct support from in governance, it's an education process that also, even as a junior company, that's a big focus of what we do. We're working to help the world, to develop the right technologies, the right products that the world can use for the future generations.
Yeah, and to the demand that we see here, I think the IEA was suggesting, the International Energy Agency, that between now and 2050, for us to hit this target of capping global warming at 1.5 degrees, a six-fold increase in the strategic minerals that we're talking about in terms of mining. So the growth is definitely there. Let's bring in Professor Yao Wenxing of the China Geological Survey. He's watching, of course, the developments that we have in the Arabian Peninsula at the same time. But I think we should start with the lessons that China can share with the world here, Professor. Looking back 30 or 40 years, it looks very prescient, the control it has over the products, about 85%, 54% of supplies. What's the advice that China would lend to Saudi Arabia, and is already doing so, I'm sure, in the development of this very critical sector for the Middle East and North Africa?
Okay, thank you, John, very much. It is of vital importance that the mining community takes a long-term view and learns to be proactive than reactive. So for this mining forum, the future minerals, we talk about what is the future minerals, where, and how to find it. It's important. I think I can't give you all the 30 answers because the future is a lot of uncertain. But I can tell you, the future minerals already listed in periodic table. That's why our project conducted. You know, for our project is one of project of the RGP, funded by Saudi Arabia government. You know, for my project, I'm a geochemist. I just talk about the geochemical survey project. For this project is one of the largest regional geochemical survey project nowadays in the world. Because its mapping area is 600,000 square kilometers. Its area is larger than more than 140 countries' area. It's large. For our determined elements, is 76 elements. It's near all the natural elements listed in the periodic table. We plot its distribution on the Arabian Shield. So it will give us a lot of information for future mining. That is important. More important for this project, you know, for so large area, for so many elements, according to the routine operation, maybe it need more than 50 years. In some countries, near 100 years, according to the past experience. But nowadays, we promised to the Saudi government, we complete this job within 6 years. You know, for our date is globally comparable. All our elements detect limits is lower than crust abundance. For this date is very important, not only for mineral resources exploration, we will also give a solid basis for future environment studies. So my team work here for already 4 months. You know, we have a good cooperation with the Saudi Arabia counterparts and also with the international technical partners. So we are confident to provide a good resource for Saudi. Also, you know, for this project, also one good example for the region. You know, past I have been the UNESCO Center's Secretary Director. I know the International Geochemical Survey development. For this region, for geochemical survey is not developed. A lot of areas have not been mapped. So I hope for the regional country can cooperate together, not only map the Saudi Arabia Shield, but also the Namibia Shield and other regions. For this work, we'll give the mining community a promising prospecting result for the future resources mining. Okay, that's mine.
Okay, excellent. Thanks a lot, Professor. I appreciate that. And I wasn't surprised by the level of collaboration that you talked about between China and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, particularly, again, if you point to Aramco and the collaboration between the Minister of Energy, you would see absolutely the same thing. I want to pose a question that I want to share with a number of different people on the panel, and that is the development as a mining hub. I know Richard Shoddy, for example, wanted to talk about this. Can the kingdom be the mining hub for the Middle East and North Africa? Does it have the DNA in which to do so? If you look at its oil and gas experience, and can it transfer to this sector? Doug Kerwin, why don't you jump in there?
Yeah, for sure. A technical hub, and this has been successfully applied in a number of countries, and in particular some of the shield areas. For example, in West Africa, all of the countries that comprise the Birimian. It's also been applied in the Guyanan Shield, which is many of the countries in North, East and South America. There's been some really interesting collaborative issues between government, academia and industry. And these are programs that are designed for research for periods of 5 to 10 years. They're medium to long term. And the brief of these initiatives is to advance the level of scientific knowledge about the geology and the mineral deposits. And I think that the Arabian-Nubian Shield would be an obvious place where such an initiative could be established, based here in the Kingdom. And I think that would go a long way to advancing the level of knowledge. It's industry, government, and academia. It's also an excellent opportunity, and panelists have already touched on this, about the requirement to train the younger generation who are going to take these for the next 30 to 50 years. There's a tremendous pool of young, talented people. It's a matter of how we can provide the opportunities for them to become involved. So just from a geologic perspective, I think something like that might be worth considering, because it's been successfully applied in other regions of the world and in similar geologic environments.
It's very interesting. And if I look at the 35,000-foot view of it, Doug, if you will, oil and gas was in the DNA of the Kingdom and the other Gulf players, of course. In financial centers today, tourism centers today, it would only make sense for the Kingdom to capture the space in mining. Richard, you were very passionate about this subject yourself with the Australian model here. What would you say about the Kingdom becoming, does it have the DNA, the resources, geographical position to take the mantle?
Absolutely, 100%. When you think about when people mention the word mining hubs, they think of places like London, Toronto, Vancouver, Perth, those sort of locations. But there is no location which naturally covers the Middle East. So I see there is a gap in the market for such a hub to exist somewhere in the Middle East. When you actually look at those countries, cities that I mentioned before, there's two features that jump out at me. One is that A, they don't have mines next door to the cities, particularly London. The second thing is that when you look at the activities that are run out of those hubs, it's more about people hopping on planes and flying to those other locations within that region to do the work, the field work. And then they go back to their home base. So there's a couple elements that go with that. One is that you've got to be in the same time zones. So people in Australia can't really manage projects in the Middle East. The other thing is that you need to have a hub where people can be trained up. So you've got a pool of talented people coming in. You've got to have a location that people feel safe in, and it has a supportive government. So and has great infrastructure, both communications and transport. You can hop on a plane and fly anywhere. So I see Saudi Arabia and places like Riyadh or Jeddah as a natural location for such a hub for the Middle East. The other things that you've got to have in there are things like good taxation and investment policies. You've got to have a pool of talented in terms of the support services that go with it, the consultants, the legal system, the engineers that are going to help build these mines. And you really need to have a whole range of things. And I think that the Saudi Arabia ticks just about all of those boxes. So I'm 100% behind the concept of developing a hub here in Saudi Arabia. It can and it will happen.
Well, interesting. Mr. Al-Zarani, I talked about the Aramco DNA before when I've gone on to the huge facilities that you have, and even the residence community there for your expatriate workers at the same time. There's a certain DNA that exists, and why the King Salman and Mohammed bin Salman have kind of pushed Aramco into other directions to support the development and diversification of the economy. What needs to be transferred in that DNA into the mining sector for success, do you think?
Thank you, John. Good question, and I'm going to address it from two perspectives. First, I've been in the business of searching for oil and gas for 40 years. And throughout the 40 years, the company made many, many oil and gas discoveries. Onshore, offshore, shallow, deep. None one of these discoveries came easy. Every single discovery came after many challenges, setbacks, failures, disappointments. But in this business, all you need to be is optimistic, take a calculated risk, mitigate it, trust in God, and go. And that's what we are doing in Saudi Aramco. We invest in technology, we mitigate the risk, we know what we're looking for, we learn from our experience. In fact, the journey of Saudi Aramco itself, since the beginning, taught us a lesson. In 1933, the concession agreement was signed. 5 years of disappointments, a year after another, a failure after another, until Max Steinicke and his team, at the end, in 1938, struck oil in the prosperity well. That changed the face of the energy in the world. So geologists made a big change. In fact, they were about ready to pack and leave. But because of dedication, perseverance, and belief in the cause. Searching for oil and gas is not different than searching for minerals. In fact, in addition to my experience in oil and gas, I came so close to mining because I spent 1 year developing with my distinguished members, developing the mining strategy as a geologist, borrowed from Saudi Aramco. So I came so close to it, and I know details of it. I know how much potential it holds, but I also know how much work and investment it requires. There's huge potential. My friend Yao just mentioned that 600,000 square kilometers is underexplored. That 600,000 square kilometers, we have hundreds of signs of minerals everywhere. So I don't have to convince our geoscience community. All I have to convince is the investors. This is where the high risk, high reward. You won't regret it. This is a region that is healthy and wealthy, and I think the system and the ecosystem here is helping people to succeed. It's a win-win-win.
Okay, thank you very much. This was great insights. I'm enjoying it, even watching from afar here. We have just 5 minutes. I'm going to ask our panelists here as I close out the final three to be very tight with these answers. And Philip, I think it's very important to come to you and give us the Finnish model. And what I say here is that you're a big believer in data transparency, legacy data as well, that transparency when it comes to the code and also to investment laws. How vital is it as this journey takes off here in the kingdom that people have that absolute trust that it will be delivered, as they say, at this juncture?
Well, I can only repeat myself in this case that it is absolutely vital, and I don't want to repeat myself too often because I think Saudi Arabia is now having the new mining law in place, so they're running the first steps that are in the right direction. I would like to come back for what Richard said earlier. I think he had some brilliant ideas, and I want to pinpoint this one also as the Finnish model is the infrastructure. So that's what many people told me. You know, in Finland, if you invest somewhere, we've got an excellent road network. We've got an excellent port network. We've got a whole network of the downstream industry, smelters and so forth. Actually, Finland has more smelters than we produce minerals. I mean, other countries are using Finnish technology here. And what is also very important is the Geological Survey of Finland is the only one in the world that actually has, or we're running an own test plant, right? So where you can do your flotation tests and so forth. We have the lab and the plant. So we've got all of this infrastructure in place, and this is actually what comes on top of, as I earlier said, reliable authorities, reliable networks, reliable regulations, reliable laws, excellent data, and a transparent system. This is what makes the investors believe, this is what makes the investors confident, and this is why we have this continuous inflow of investment into the Finnish mining sector, because it is an absolutely trustworthy country. And I believe that Saudi Arabia is paving the way to become a hub. Last thing, coming back to Richard, I mean, the global position of Saudi Arabia in what I would call Western Asia is actually really a good place and position to build such a hub.
Yeah. The crossroads between East and West. I didn't mean to jump on you there, but I'm a little bit tight on time, so I'm going to bring in Bill. And I know one point that you wanted to talk about, Bill, and I was thinking about the analogy in oil and gas, the wildcatters of Texas, right? As Misra was talking about the first exploration well that we had in Saudi Arabia, you had to have patience, but you had to let the small and medium-sized players have some space, get financed, let them have confidence. Why is that so vital for Saudi Arabia? 90 seconds from you, and then I'm going to wrap with Professor Yao.
Okay, thanks everyone else. I think it's vital you have the juniors in there doing what junior explorers do. They often take ground that's very that's virgin, that's untested, but they will add significant data to the larger database. They will make discoveries, early discoveries, that the larger companies aren't looking to do. They don't have the teams, they don't have the infrastructure to do that. So making it attractive for junior companies like Alien Metals to have a low-cost entry with a focus on spending money on the ground, having the support from the state to allow people to move freely, come in, come out, with limited sort of paperwork in the background, I think is a significant would be a significant addition to the growth of the kingdom's development.
Okay, thanks for the brevity on that, Bill, but it was right, straight and to the point. Professor Yao, you have 90 seconds to wrap it up, and I think this is a critical macro issue, not just related to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is a member of the WTO. When can we all get along? This seems to be a dogfight for strategic minerals, and everybody's got a different formula here. China's a leader in the space. Where do we get collaboration on a global level where Saudi Arabia feels very comfortable coming to the market, knows it'll have its space, and that the big players of the world will get along in this space?
The deposit have the boundary, maybe controlled, belong to each country. But the deposit formation is globally. So we're searching for the resources. We need our region globally cooperation. So FOMA have conducted a global cooperation on geochemical survey. I hope for our region and also cooperation together for the future mineral resourcing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I appreciate that. And the collaboration obviously needed as the kingdom takes this journey. That's 7 panelists in 42 minutes. Not bad. I have to say, I appreciate the panel and their very direct responses all the way around, sharing different ideas and a lot of value add on establishing the mining ecosystem for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm going to toss it back, as they say, to Riyadh. Again, I thank the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources for the invitation, and I'll see you in less than 24 hours from now back in the forum. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much, panelists. That was a fantastic discussion. We're going to continue on from there now with an in-depth analysis and look at the potential for minerals in the Arabian and Nubian Shields. Please join me in welcoming Al Workman, coming to us from Toronto.
Good afternoon. The goal of this presentation is to draw your attention to the enormous mineral potential of Saudi Arabia. My personal experience draws from having worked for more than 30 years on projects in the Arabian Shield, and that includes 4 years living in Yemen. It also draws from WGM's experience spanning more than 50 years. So why exactly are we interested in minerals in Saudi Arabia? Well, I would actually ask, why are we not interested in minerals in Saudi Arabia? The kingdom is rich in minerals. 59 are shown in this view. Those that are highlighted represent the large percentage that are actually mined. So we should think of Saudi Arabia as a diversified mineral producer, experiencing rapid growth not only in mining but in downstream production. This is a view of the major deposits, but these are only a few of more than 5,000 records in the Saudi Mineral Occurrence Database. So you might ask, where do they occur? Well, let's take gold, for example. WGEM has identified 17 major gold belts in the kingdom. Most of these are associated with major structural zones. So you ask, where are the mines? Well, the mines are actually located exactly where you would expect them to be. They are located within gold belts and are mostly associated with major structural zones. Gold is associated with sheared and hydrothermally altered rocks, with or without quartz veins. The Sukhaybarat and Bolga deposits, shown in the upper part of this view, are a bit of an exception because they're associated with intermediate intrusions, the IDA suite of intrusions, that are special class. These are disseminated gold deposits. They would also include Bir Tawila. In total, there are 837 records for gold in the Mineral Occurrence Database. So we ask, what do they look like? Well, in fact, they look exactly like you would expect them to look. There's no surprises here. The disseminated deposits are shown in the view at the top. The other types of mineralization are very similar to what you'd expect to see in any other shield area of the world, whether it's in South Africa or Ghana, Brazil, Australia, or Canada. The upper center photo is the porphyry type mineralization. The other photos are sheer, structurally hosted gold mineralization, very, very typical of the mesothermal deposits that occur in the kingdom. Mahadahab is a bit of an exception. This is a high sulfidation epithermal system that's located in a felsic volcanic center that occurred sometime during the assembly of the Arabian Shield. Having a 3,000-year history may make this mine unique, but the geological setting occurs in other areas of the shield. Opportunity exists for similar discoveries. In the photo at left, we can see the high-grade vein system, which is about 50 centimeters wide. The photo at right shows a typical view of some of the mineralization. If we turn to base metals, WGEM has identified 19 volcanic belts that many would call greenstone belts that host base metal prospects. Again, the major deposits and prospects are located exactly where you would expect to find them, except perhaps for Jabal Daylan, which is a Mississippi Valley type zinc deposit located up here in limestones, in tertiary limestones up here on the Red Sea coast. This deposit, in fact, represents a vastly underexplored limestone terrain that parallels the coast. But you know, due to the historical focus of exploration on gold mineralization in the kingdom, most of these VMS belts, these base metal belts, are highly underexplored, and that also spells opportunity. Where are the opportunities? Well, including the active mines, there are more than 740 copper, zinc, lead, and nickel prospects in the Arabian Shield. Very few of these have been explored in any great detail. But I must pause at this point to credit the Saudi Geological Survey for implementing programs both on the ground and airborne surveys to better define these mineral belts and enhance the understanding of metal occurrences in the shield. I believe that some of this work will produce great benefits for companies willing to follow up the systematic exploration programs. This is what Saudi VMS deposits look like. Again, there's no surprises here. At the upper left, we see a felsic volcanic unit overlain by banded, foliated metasedimentary rocks. In the lower left, we have a photo underground of some of the pyrite mineralization in the footwall argillites. The other photo simply shows some of the high-grade copper-zinc mineralization that is very typical of the Al Masani mine. Industrial minerals. Well, industrial minerals are plentiful in the Arabian Shield, both in the Shield and in the Phanerozoic platform. I've shown a selection of deposits and major prospects as listed. Notable are the Zargat magnesite mine, the Azabira bauxite mine, Zargat deposit, the Wadi Yiba feldspar mine down here in the south, and of course Al Jalamid, one of the world's greatest phosphate deposits. This map illustrates the distribution of industrial minerals in the Shield, but in fact, there are more than 2,500 prospects that are not shown. The industrial mineral sector has enormous potential for growth. In many cases, the only question lies in developing a market because the potential quality of the Saudi mineral prospect is quite competitive. SWOT analysis is often used as a metric for assessing project risk assessment, but I'd like to focus on the O for opportunities, which I've been talking about, and specifically the underexplored nature of Saudi Arabia, the general lack of competition for licenses in comparison with other major mining areas, and the types of support available. As I have mentioned, geological diversity and the many types of deposits in the kingdom. There is nothing special about the geology of Saudi Arabia that would limit the favorability for it or limit the potential for gold discovery, for many discovery of many types of deposits. The kingdom, especially the Shield, but also the Red Sea coast, is underexplored for metals. Canada has been explored for 150 years, and we still find large deposits, sometimes very close to existing mines. Experience shows that well-explored areas can yield a discovery, and even old mines can have a new life. The fact that Saudi Arabia has been overlooked for many years also creates opportunity. I've used the word opportunity a lot in this presentation, but it's true. There have been some impediments to investment in the past which have reduced competition. As a result, many opportunities exist to acquire good exploration properties. However, the climate has changed. With the improvements in the mining code, increased funding for the Saudi Geological Survey, that will improve the geoscience information base. And we also have new domestic service companies that are now supporting explorers. Those that seize the opportunities available and have the capacity to think in the longer term will certainly benefit. Vision 2030 has been a catalyst for industrial diversification in the kingdom. As I said previously, times have changed. In the mineral sector, the Deputy Ministry for Mineral Resources has recruited administrators from within the minerals industry, and they understand the need for free-flowing information to support mineral sector investment. Many improvements have been made to the mining code. In 30 years of periodic association with the Deputy Ministry and the Saudi Geological Survey, I think we are entering a new age for the mineral sector. And the vital role of the SGS will be very important to its future success. As I am now on the cusp of retiring, I'm confident that there is a vast amount of knowledge at the Saudi Geological Survey that is available to investors. Speaking of changes, the production of many mineral products increased markedly during the period 2010 to 2020. Gold and silver up 400%, aluminum up 500%, 200% for phosphate. In the base metals, zinc production has increased 4 times, copper by 10 times. The production of marble blocks has tripled. Modern, which is a good metric for the industry in general, has seen its revenue increase by 4 times. Surely these are signs of what is possible and what can continue in the future as new mineral products move into downstream industries. The future is best if Saudi investors understand the exploration process is not easy, and it takes time. The Hahia copper prospect was identified by WGM as a target of interest in 1992. It's in one of our reports that is generally available to prospective investors. Only now, after many years of recent work, the KEFI-ARTAR joint venture partners are getting close to mine development. They are to be congratulated for their vision and their persistence. International investors understand the process. However, they need to understand what is available to them. The Ministry and the Saudi Geological Survey do have a vital role in actively promoting opportunity at major mining conventions. And that really means attending those conventions and participating in the technical sessions. The 4 pillars of support for the growing industry are certainly present in Saudi Arabia. Diverse mineral commodities, conventional deposit models, licensing opportunities, and support in all its forms. With understanding, the future is bright. You have my best wishes for good health during these difficult times, and I wish you good luck for all of those that explore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Al, for that absolutely fascinating exploration of the opportunities underground. We're now going to transition to a conversation about managing the risks above ground. And for that, allow me to welcome Faisal Hamza and his panelists for that conversation, please.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. This panel is titled Managing Risk, Opportunities, and Challenges, Investing in the Region. My name is Faisal Hamza. I'm the Deputy Minister for Investment Development at the Ministry of Investment. And we're glad to see you here today, those of you who stayed. I'll take the opportunity to let the panel first introduce themselves one by one, and then we'll move right into the discussion.
You want me to?
Yep.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Brian Hosking. I'm the Managing Director of Golden Minerals, which is a company which has been exploring in Saudi Arabia since 2009. And during that time, we've actually been able to discover 2 projects. The most recent of those projects is what we call our Hawiyah project. And last week, we announced the mineral resource of 25 million tons, which is all mineable. It's a VMS project, which means that it is a project containing both gold, copper, zinc, and silver. And now we're on our way to completing our PFS in this project, and we hope that we'll be able to develop this project within the next 2 years. How did I get here? Well, I guess it was by accident, but I've been working with one of our international partners, KEFI Minerals, and they asked me 3 years ago to come and take over and run this business. So I've had 3 years' experience in Saudi Arabia. It's been a great experience. It's had its challenges, and with all of these things, but I'm very delighted to be here present today.
Okay, next. My name's Richard Clark. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Orca Gold, Inc. And Orca is a company that's been operating and exploring and now developing in the country of Sudan, which is right next door to Saudi Arabia across the Red Sea. I am part of the management group and have been for almost 20 years of the Lundin Group. And Orca is associated with that group. And prior to Orca, I ran a company for the group called Redback Minerals. And Redback was very successful in discovering and building mines in Ghana and in Mauritania. And we went from nothing, and in 2010 we were producing approximately 550,000 ounces of gold. We sold that company to Kinross Gold, another Canadian company, in 2010, and then after that, my group launched Orca. And again, as we're going to talk here about Saudi Arabia, a country that has effectively been pretty much missed by the international mining community, certainly Sudan for different reasons than Saudi, but certainly huge opportunity, which we have proven up by the discovery of a major deposit up near the Egyptian border. So very excited to be here and talk about our experiences in investing in this part of the world and what might be possible to encourage other investors.
Stefan?
Okay, so guten Tag, how we say it in Germany, to the audience. My name is Stefan Müller. I'm the CEO of Frankfurt-based investment banking boutique DGWA with branches in Berlin and now in Dubai as well. Originally one of the largest, or maybe the largest German-speaking investor in the mining industry in the early 2000s. I set up that bank to help mainly the international companies who are looking to achieve a serious footprint both in the financial and in the corporate world in Europe. In the mining sector, since most of the mining companies are not European companies like we see here. It's changing dramatically now, especially due to the EV boom, and there's lots of happening, especially in Germany. So we have an idea how a country that is not exactly on the map of the mining industry can change that. With our rep office in Dubai, we are now looking to help some of our clients to expand into Saudi Arabia as well, since what we hear and see and read here today should be very interesting for them as well. So if some of you are looking for support, money-wise, corporate-wise, meet me later.
Okay. Bernhard?
Yeah, hello, Bernhard Hartmann. I think Stefan just stole my punchline.
I know.
It's quite rare that you see two Germans next to each other in a panel here in the Middle East. I'm the managing director of Partners in Performance, a consultancy that had originated 40 years ago in Australia, working very closely with the global mining industry. Here in the Middle East, we have a much broader focus. We work around energy transition and achieving this massive transformation in the energy sector. And again, it's a pleasure to be here.
Great. There's a chance, we've left a seat open, there's a chance we may be joined by Her Excellency Naila from Tunisia. She's the Minister of Energy, Mines. We expect her to join during the panel. Okay, we'll turn to the questions now. The first few questions I'll ask to all the panelists, and then we'll follow on with individual questions for each panelist. So I'll start at the far side with Bernhard, just to mix it up a little bit. So there are multiple jurisdictions around the world competing aggressively for FDI. When you look at the Middle East region in general, what do you see as being the factors that make the region potentially a good place to invest or start a business? And then as a follow-on, what's specific to Saudi Arabia do you see?
Yeah, I think the Middle East, and we talked a lot about that during the day, has embarked on a massive transition away from a hydrocarbon-based economy into a fully diversified setup. And whenever you have change on that dimension, it is a very rewarding time to come in here as an investor, as a player in the field. So the timing is right, and His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh has explained it very nicely earlier, that Vision 2030, the first years of the vision, have now set the foundation for all of us to be successful in this market. What's special about Saudi Arabia? For me, a bit of an odd question. I operate now for more than a decade here and always very much enjoyed the momentum. It is the largest economy in the GCC. It has a tremendous growth potential going forward, so it's almost a no-brainer why to be here and why to invest.
Okay, thanks. Stefan?
Yeah, I think this question was discussed in several panels this day. It's difficult to find new arguments, but as you said, the whole world is competing for money. since ever. But the region here, I mean, not only the location between Asia and Europe is brilliant. They're also fighting with challenges all the time, but lots of these countries have shown that they can do things, that they can set up industries. I mean, look what they built in Dubai, look what they plan to build here in the Neom city in the future. Things can happen here, not only because of the countries are very wealthy, but also because of the people are on a very high level when it comes to education. The life standard is very high, so you can attract international companies and their employees to come here. Logistically wise, everything is narrow. You can fly to Europe within 6 hours, to Asia within 6 hours. Not that much downside, and I can only copy-paste what he said, not that I've not done business here yet, but being the largest economy in the area and one of the most stable ones, not with issues some others have, Saudi Arabia is a solid business partner for lots of countries in the world, and that is something that I don't see changing in the future. So the arguments are very obvious.
Okay, Rick?
Look, I'll get a little practical in the sense that certainly my job is exploration, development, and construction of mines. And you know, the key thing for the exploration world, which I think Brian will speak on as well, is that you have to have the geology. And this part of the world, the geology, the potential has been known for quite a while, but it is completely underexplored for primarily political reasons. We're seeing dramatic changes in the region, which is allowing these economies to open up again for my industry and what we do. And the geology of the Nubian Shield is spectacular, and it's probably one of the last and most vast untapped geological regions of the world, and particularly in Africa. And that's why you want to be here. So that's from a very basic level. On a development side, you then need to be able to operate in the country. You need infrastructure, you need support, you need stability and regulation, you need to be able to understand it. You need to know that if you're going to invest your money, there's a chance of getting your money back in a reasonable amount of time. So it's really a contest between different jurisdictions as to where we're going to spend money in a geologically robust region. And certainly Saudi Arabia ticks pretty much all those boxes, and they're continuing to improve on that basis. So, you know, I think the potential here is pretty much unlimited. The geology's been proven up predominantly by Ma'aden to this stage, and if Saudi Arabia opens it up to exploration competition, which they seem to be doing in a big way, then you're going to see this region explode, and it's going to be very, very exciting.
Great, thank you. Brian?
Well, I've got nothing to say. Rick has said it all. But I can only echo Rick's words. You know, when you think about this region, and you think about it from a geological point of view, you think of the Arabian Shield, and where does that cover? It comes from Ethiopia, Eritrea, Sudan, into Egypt, and then the big slice of it is here in Saudi Arabia. So, you know, it's a tier 1 location, and you know what? It has been underexplored. And that's the opportunity for explorers like Rick and myself. So that's really, I think, is the... But we also kind of I've been hearing this kind of Arabian-Nubian Shield story for quite a while, but one forgets about the Tethyan Belt and the Tian Shan Belt, which runs through from Kazakhstan to Kyrgyzstan and into Turkey and across into Cyprus and up into you know, Serbia and this region has the potential to become the mining hub of the world. We've talked about South America as the kind of copper hub. This region has the opportunity now, and I think it needs to seize that opportunity to develop itself into the major next resource hub in the world. So I think that's the first thing. Why come to Saudi Arabia? Well, I won't even answer that. We've been here since 2009. We've always believed in this country, and we've seen only good things out of it from an exploration point of view. Yes, it's been tough, but that's the exploration business. If it was too easy, then everybody would do it. So We think that this is absolutely a tier 1 location from an exploration point of view, and we also see that we haven't had much opportunity, so that we've been able to pick ground which is now beginning to produce and deliver the results that we'd hoped for originally.
Great, thanks, Brian. And since you went last, well, this time we'll let you go first. The second question to all the panelists is, conversely, what do you see as the main challenges when considering investing in the region, and again, in particular, Saudi Arabia?
I'm going to be pretty blunt about this, and I'm not going to speak for long on it. This region has a problem, and it's a problem of perception. You know, once I've spent 3 years in the country, and that perception has changed dramatically. This is a wonderful country, wonderful people. I've only met with kindness and you know, support from the region. But internationally, the perception has been negative, and I would imagine that that's the same as applies to Rick.
Rick?
No, I agree with Brian. The biggest issue this region faces is perception. There's a lot of change happening for all sorts of reasons in different countries. Certainly here, and we all know a lot about them, and the developments and the leaps forward, very impressive. In Sudan, for example, which I know well, they are a people struggling to get out of 25 years of military dictatorship and turn that society into a democracy. Well, I'm sorry, that doesn't happen easily, and there's going to be bumps on the roads. But the perception is that, you know, it must be a horrible place. Because of that, it's not. In fact, it's a place that should be, the people should be lauded, because they're making a huge cultural and societal change to come into the world and open their economy up. And as like Brian, we've been there a long time and have taken advantage. The people are amazing, kind, hospitable, educated, and respectful. It's been a real joy to work there. And so people like Brian and I and others have to come out and talk about the reality of working in these countries and try to you know, paint the correct picture, not the picture that's painted by the major news agencies that are looking for sensationalism.
Stefan?
Yeah, I think the problem is not that the problems are here, because of all of us who are here and who work in the country or with the country realize that the changes are dramatically. The problem is that the investors or those who may think about moving here, they had, as you said in the beginning, the whole world is competing for money. The whole world is going green. There's projects everywhere. So if you're not focused on the region, but focused, for example, on the mining industry, you find other restrictions where you can go easier, and you do not have to explain to your shareholders or whatever, your fund investors, why you go to Saudi Arabia or to another country in the area. The problem is, or the challenge for the country and the area is to go out and tell the people, not only tell the people that the things are changing, make it possible for the people to follow it. It's not enough when women now can play soccer or whatever. This is what you read in the German newspapers. That's just what happens. And then you read the downside events that we have here and there. That's a big challenge, because of the people are not really willing to change their investment strategy, for example. They do what they have done all the time. The good thing is that the mining industry is one of the very few, or maybe the only industry, that cannot choose where they operate. I mean, a mine is where the resource is. If SAP is thinking about a new lab for software engineers, they will not consider Saudi Arabia or the Congo or something like that. But if you are a mining firm or a mining investor, you have to deal with these issues. And these people and companies deal with these issues since ever. They operate mines in countries where you would not go into vacation. And vacation here is one of the things that may come in the future as well, to show the world that this country is changing. That is the challenge, to do things outside the country to show the people who may come here that they should come here.
Okay, thank you. Bernhard?
Allow me to address your question from a somewhat different angle. I think as a consultant in the kingdom, I have the unique opportunity to compare different sectors with each other as they are embarking on that journey of transformation. And I think we talked throughout the day a lot about what's happening in the mining sector, and it's all exciting. If I look, and I work a lot in that sector too, if I look at the power sector, you have a story that might be very helpful to elaborate a bit on what are challenges as I see them. It's a sector that had a relatively clearly defined blueprint of transformation out of Vision 2030. It is about private sector participation, it's about unbundling. And of course, it is a regulated business to some extent. So building this kind of regulatory footprint was very, very important. And a lot of it has happened. But still, at the heart of the industry, you have one massive incumbent. The unbundling in reality hasn't gone far. It is more or less on paper in the books, but not really reality. And the change of transformation is directionally clear. When you look at the generation portfolio, the move from hydrocarbons to renewables, the massive efforts about connecting the kingdom physically from a power grid perspective into the region, all that is clear, but it's very unclear about when all this in terms of big projects will happen. So timing, momentum, in my book at least, has been lost a bit. And of course, that is for investors a very difficult position to come in, specifically around a massive incumbent in the industry.
Okay, thank you for that. Now we'll ask individual questions to each of you. We'll start with Brian. Brian, you're already an investor here in the mining sector. How has your experience been as you explore and seek to establish a mining business in the kingdom? And be blunt.
I'm not sure that I would be very popular if I was too blunt. So, thanks for that question. I'm reading a fascinating book at the moment, and I'm digressing here a little bit. It's called Being Young, Male, and Saudi. And it's a book written by a lecturer at King Fahd University, and it's a research project where he's interviewed literally thousands of young Saudi men and try to get their mood of where this country is going in terms of this transformation that's been happening. And I'd like to read one quote out of this book, which is really by way of answering this question. He says, startup businesses not only provide essential knowledge of the commercial world, but they also increase national productivity. Indeed, startups are seen as benefiting Saudi Arabia nationally as they provide new services and increase job opportunities. Now, I think he here was referring to the technology sector. But exploration businesses are startup businesses. They depend on shareholder capital and investment. And I started 3 years ago with a team of 5 people. I now have 50 people in the team. But we're in startup mode. And I said to my shareholders when I came and got involved here 3 years ago, that as far as I saw this, if we were going to succeed, we had to get 3 things clear from the thing. One is that we had to be in prospective ground. 2, we had to have solid shareholder support along the way. And 3, we needed the intellectual and manpower capital to actually be able to do what we wanted to do in the region. I'd add a 4th thing now with a bit of hindsight, and that is we need the right kind of regulatory environment to allow startup businesses to happen. And I make the point because I think that when Saudi companies and Saudi people think of the mining industry, they think of Ma'aden and they think of Aramco. We're not neither of them. We're a small startup business, and we have to become lean and operate as such. So let's deal with those 3 questions. Tick the box on prospectivity of the ground. This is a tier 1 location. And you know what? The attractive thing is that we're the only real explorer at the moment actively working in this country. So we have an open field, and we've been able to select ground. so much so that in the 5 licenses that we were granted over the last 10 years, we have made 2 discoveries. That's a 40% success rate. From an exploration point of view, that's phenomenal. I think the second one is shareholder support, and I'd like to come back to that because there's a nuance to that. The third is I've been really extremely lucky. I have a really talented young team, and I've been able to recruit some of the best and brightest young Saudi geologists to join our team, and they represent the future. Not only young Saudi male geologists, but also I've been able to recruit, and 30% of our workforce are now female. And what's interesting is the nature of transformation that they've brought to our business. So that's, I think we've ticked those 3 boxes. I'd like to go back to read what Mark Thompson said in addition to that, because here's the bad news. He said, and I read, "Certainly there are a myriad of challenges that young Saudi entrepreneurs need to overcome, not least the fact that many regulations are either out of date or unclear, or in fact are considered to be the largest pain points. For many young Saudis, the conclusion is that it is simply too complex to start a business." He goes on further to quote, and I quote, "Additionally, some argue that the procedural complexity of the Nitakat system works against entrepreneurs. Many young Saudis believe that one way to increase the number of young people entering the workforce and simultaneously enhance job satisfaction is greater encouragement of entrepreneurship." Now, we can debate those 2 statements. They're quite inflammatory in many ways. And I don't think this is the right place to be debating them. But many of the points that he raises here resonate with my own experience. I think I've said enough about that, and I'd like to come back to the last point. And we're a company which is supported by 2 shareholders. It's KEFI, which is an AIM-listed company, and the Al Rashid family, which is a well-respected and well-known Saudi business family. Both of them have been a constant supporter to us over the last 10 or 12 years. And it's not been without its challenges and all of those kind of things. And we've spent over the last 10 years nearly $30 million in exploration. So, these things are, sometimes we focus overly much on international capital. And the point that I would want to make is that Saudi has an endowment here of huge local capital. And I would guess that a family like the Al-Rashids are well known in the community, and that the local business community are looking at their battles and their success to get us going. If we succeed, money will flow into this industry, not from international sources, but from local sources. If we fail, those people who are teetering on the edge of whether they should be investing Saudi money in Saudi exploration may think twice.
Okay, thank you for that. Next question for Bernhard. We'll go out of order this time. Among the most important challenges for businesses and investors globally is the management of ESG, which comes up on every panel today. As you look at the Middle East, what's your perception of the main ESG challenges for businesses operating in the region?
Yeah, you're indeed right. When you listen to today's program, ESG was literally on any panel. For good reasons, I have to say. It's really impressive, and I focus on the kingdom now. The broad amount of initiatives that improve the situation around the environment, governance. For me here, one of my hobby horses is really the cyclic industry. I think we need to get away from the landfills all over the place. It's pretty topic pretty dear to me. But what I want to talk about is the social side of these ESG elements. When you look at a number of the programs that are right now pushed strongly, let me start with Saudization. You mentioned Itacat just now. I think this is a critical program as part of Vision 2030 to create meaningful jobs for the young kingdom, the young generation of the kingdom. Another very critical element is diversity. For me, working in the country, the most amazing change has happened really with many of my clients by raising the amount of females in the workforce dramatically in the last 2 or 3 years. Massive change. Another program that we all follow with a lot of interest came, as so many other programs, came from Aramco, ICTVA, a program that really pushes local content for the big companies down the supplier chain that they develop, where, as you all probably know, the suppliers are literally evaluated around how many Saudi employment do they generate, do they have R&D in the country, do they produce locally, and the likes. Now, at the end, all these programs focus on developing the local labor sector massively. And there's really nothing bad about that, but all in all, for foreigners coming to the country, indeed it is a challenge. And the challenge in my book cannot be addressed by being in Saudi Arabia and managing a predominantly Saudi workforce from outside of the country. I think it is very important for players here in the kingdom, investors and established companies, to bring all the support functions into the country. And I'm very happy to see that this is happening now. Many large international companies bring at least their regional heads into the kingdom now, and that changes the perspective on managing the whole labor diversity element in a meaningful way. I think it's a challenge, but it's going to be addressed right now.
Okay, thanks, Bernard. Rick, the next question for you. Since you're already in the mining sector in the region in Sudan, what needs to happen in the kingdom in Saudi Arabia to attract investors like you here?
I think, as we've all talked about, I think that Saudi has launched itself in the right direction to do that, as are a number of other countries in the region. I think, as Bernard said, one of the real advantages that Saudi has over, say, Sudan and other countries in the Nubia and Arabian Shield area is the infrastructure it has. The ability to set up operational and technical offices here and to mobilize, and quite frankly, even set up head offices here, if that's the way the business goes. And a lot of the other countries are not quite there yet. So Saudi's very much advanced and ahead of the game in many respects in that regard. The other things are, and I'll go really to exploration development side on this, and that is that the system has to be as transparent as possible. Competition has to exist. If you're an explorer, an international explorer, and you're going to come in and again, we've touched on this, and feel that you're behind the 8 ball already because there's an elephant in the room that you cannot compete with, that's going to be a big decision for international exploration companies to come and spend money. Because exploration it takes a long time and it's very expensive. To give you an idea, for us to go from discovery to making a production decision in Sudan is about $80 million. It's a lot of money and it's a lot of time, and you're not going to invest that if you think at the end of the day there's a chance that you may not be able to get something forward, or you may have conflict with the asset. So that has to be clear. The other thing is transparency of the regulations, the laws, the fiscal stability. Again, Saudi is and is continuing to be advanced in that regard. And that's going to give people like me a lot of comfort, and outside investors a lot of comfort. in terms of being able to structure your affairs to not only spend the money wisely, but get it back at the end of the day once you're producing whatever minerals you're looking for. So I really think that Saudi Arabia is going in the right direction. It can definitely do more. It can be more competitive. It can stand out, I think, as the place to be, certainly from that aspect going forward in the next few years. Again, as Bernard has touched upon, I think one thing that's very important for everyone to understand that mining dollars are predominantly generated by the international investment community. And the international investment community is really driving our ESG, okay? And one of the factors that they're focusing on for public companies in North America, Australia, Europe, is the diversity issue. And it's going to be extremely difficult for us to attract large amounts of money for regions that are not pushing or moving forwards in diversity. So that's important as well.
Okay, thanks. Last question for Stefan. Beyond mining, what other sectors do you think are ideally suited to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? And what actions do you think the Kingdom could take to attract those?
Well, I see one very obvious sector, and the other one is a bit more a vision. Local production. I had the pleasure to drive around Riyadh, through Riyadh yesterday, and I saw a fast-growing, rich city, and all we heard about the changes in the social life mean that there will be more wealth coming into the country, which means that people want to eat more, they want to eat better and stuff like that. So the agriculture sector, with a lot of challenges to be able to feed the people with local production here in the desert, that's something that should create, based on the knowledge, the money of the people, should create some very interesting projects that may be used or can be used as blueprints for other poorer countries in Africa, because that's one of the biggest challenges in the world, to keep Africa alive. That's other than the flood somewhere in the Maldives that comes soon. The other sector is a sector that I see very fast growing if everything we ask the kingdom to do to be an attractive investment area will come soon, not soon, but will be a result of that is tourism. Because of, other than, for example, Dubai, which offers only nice weather and shopping centers, Saudi Arabia offers the same weather, the same location. It's easy for Europeans, easy for Asians, but it can offer much more. It has a tradition, it has old sites, it's more for the sophisticated traveler, let's say it this way. These people have concerns, usually a little bit older. They say, is it really the best to go there with my family or with my wife? If this is changing, then Saudi Arabia has reached the biggest goal to be seen as a completely similar business and social and partner in all kinds, like almost every other country in the world. And then tourism could be a very, very attractive sector. It's a huge country. It offers everything from, I learned you can ski here. I didn't know that. It has beaches, it has old castles, buildings, whatever, huge tradition. This is a sector, it takes a couple of more years, but if people come for holidays here, then the money here comes easily.
I couldn't agree with you more, and I think the kingdom is very serious about growing that industry and is already starting to do that. And I think we'll see some significant changes and impressive results in the coming years. So I concur with you. We have a few minutes left. And so what I'd like to do is maybe in 30, 40 seconds each, if you could just any additional comments that you might have, and then we'll wrap it up. We'll start with Brian.
You always pick me first, hey?
You're right here.
Yeah. No, I think we really said it all in terms of it. I think that, to sum up my perspective is regionally, this is a fascinating region. I think it's in transformation. I think many of the things in the Vision 2030 are really positive. I see huge energy and enthusiasm in this country. And I think that if there is a roadblock and a message that I would want to be given, and that's the message that I give to the Deputy Minister of Mineral Resources every day. I just say to him one thing, is where are my licenses? because without licenses, we have no business.
Rick?
Yeah, one thing while I was sitting here, I thought about that's also important in terms of the industry that we do. And unfortunately, we all wish this was otherwise, but it never seems that you find a really major economic deposit near a big city. So we're always out very much in the hinterlands, and therefore very, very dependent upon community relations in different parts of these countries, and I think it's definitely the case here. And so one of the things that has to happen is we have to be able to go to our shareholders and the people that we are working very closely with, these communities, and be able to explain to them the benefits that they're going to get from our operation in order to get their support. Because without the support of the locals, it doesn't really matter what the central government does. We will run into difficulties. So it's very, very important for us as companies to manage community relations, but also the central governments to encourage that and make it clear how wealth is going to be distributed as a result of our efforts. So I think that's another key thing to keep in mind as we're developing what I hope to be a huge mining business here in Saudi Arabia.
Thanks. Stefan?
Well, organizing such an event is somehow similar to operating a mining project. It needs a lot of logistics, organization, short-term issues to manage. And when I look at this event in Saudi Arabia, which is not a mining country, and when I look to the largest mining show in the world, the PDAC in Toronto, how that is organized and how this year is organized, then Saudi Arabia has a bright future in the mining industry. That's for sure. This is one of the greatest events I've ever been, especially in these days, hybrid, everything around COVID and the setup. So if you can do something like that, the mining's not a problem.
Thank you. Bernhard.
Yeah.
Last word.
Oh, wow, that's a tough one. Look, I mentioned earlier, I've been now roughly a decade here in the region, and the only other place where I spent so long as a professional was actually China. So I tend to sometimes compare the two systems, both massive transformations, directionally well set out, and specifically here in the kingdom, I think coming back to the statement around the foundation and what Vision 2030 in terms of direction will bring, everything is clear. I understand that and I sign up for it. It makes a lot of sense. What the Chinese did very well was managing momentum throughout almost 2 decades of change. And you asked a bit, what is the ultimate challenge? I think the great work that the kingdom has achieved in the last 4 or 5 years around Vision 2030, really keep the momentum up and go forward.
Great,
Very
thank you very much.
Ladies
and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the panel. I think it was a great discussion. Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. That's us, is it?
Next.
Thank you very much, Faisal, to you and your panelists, and thank you for that glowing endorsement and praise for the event so far. We very much appreciate that. That completes what I think was some pretty comprehensive coverage, a range of discussions today, from managing risk that you just heard, to exploring the opportunities, to ESG. Come back tomorrow. I'll just give you a handful of things that we're going to have happening. I'm going to be interviewing Mark Carney, of course, former governor of the Bank of England, former governor of the Bank of Canada, and also really active in climate finance and really prepared to tell miners what they need to know about ESG and all the changes that are afoot. We're also going to have, and we heard a little bit about it here, but still a very crucial and in-depth conversation about women in mining. Absolutely a crucial issue, not just in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but right around the world. We're going to be the first gathering ever to explore what exactly a regional mining hub entails. So we look forward to that challenge. That's just a few of the things that we have going on before we have, I think, what will amount to the best ever closing debate at a mining conference. So look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you for coming. See you back here bright and early tomorrow morning.